Hello everybody and welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Sorry about that, I completely lost communication with the production gallery, so I'll kick into gear right now. Good morning everybody, welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, we have reached day 4 in this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan. Now, the first 2 days of this game, well, they were pretty full on, weren't they, if you were with us? Lots of wickets, a couple of centuries, one on each day, and yesterday, well, it wasn't quite that, was it? It was a bit of a frustrating day here at Trent Bridge. The weather was the winner, but there were some highlights yesterday, so we're going to show you them now. So let's have a little recap of day 3.
With Tim van der Hoekten bowling from the far end to Dylan Pennington, who's on 5, and the first ball just keeps a whisker low, and that, in a sense, is very bad news, yeah, for Glamorgan.
The one slip, that's Ingram.
Where's Snoodman? Van der Hoekten bowls short down the leg side, pulled away by Pennington, and he's is he going to get it 4 down below us? We can't see this.
He did.
This
I think I heard the knock of the ball.
Yeah.
Neil again. We wait for the inevitable. 310 for 9. Pushed into the offside again.
It's just a lot of pushing, prodding, a couple of singles here.
The backward point, a mid-off, as Byron waits. Allows that to go through. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket.
So here is Pennington again, and this time it's played, in fact it's played past the 3rd slip, 2nd, 3rd, 4th slip, and it's gone for 4 runs. Gone through that slip cordon.
As O'Neill runs away from us. Bowls and whoa, it's a lovely shot through mid-wicket. Lovely flick of the wrists. Sweet timing from Asa Tribe for his first boundary. O'Neill again to Tribe, same shot, same outcome. That's beautiful from Asa Tribe. The sweetest timing you could imagine, and Fergus O'Neill just asking the captain, Hasiba Mead, if he can bring 4th slip out and put him in there at mid-wicket. So Brett Hutton, there's O'Neill into Tribe, and he's wouldn't you just know it, he's opened the face and run this through 4th slip for 4, 3 in a row.
Past the umpire, this time it's cut, and it's cut for 4, isn't it? Yep, cut for 4. His 4th over, here he is, past the umpire, and this time it's played square and played for 4 runs off the bat of Tribe. 36 is Asa Tribe's score, as this time again he pushes into the one side. In fact,
timing is
beautifully timed, and it's gone for 4 in fact.
Tong, his 2nd over.
Short
to
delivery.
Byram, and he's gone. Byram just hung the bat there. It was a short ball, he didn't deal with it at all. Tong into Hassan, and that stayed low. It was a great Yorker, and Ul Hassan just dropped his bat on it.
This time it's played the bat through 3rd slip area.
Tribe waits, and he's cut that down through the slips. That's going to be 4, and that is going to be 50 for Asa Tribe, his first 50 of this summer.
He had to retire from the game due to health issues and or more misfortune, if you like. Unlucky Brett Hutton finds dominated a session since. Hutton bowls when it's off the edge, but with soft hands, and runs to the left of 3rd slip, and there's going to be a couple of runs down to 3rd man.
As O'Neill comes around the wicket to Ul Hassan, gets plenty on that, puts it square, bit of a mistake at backward point. Ul Hassan is caught behind, he's not walking, and now he's given. O'Neill got that one through, and Nottinghamshire strike in the 1st over after the resumption. Fergus O'Neill into Kieran Carlson, and he's got that through the slip cordon, played it deliberately, and running away from us into Asa Tribe. Straight drive, beats the man at short mid-wicket, and clipped out for 4 runs, as easy as you like. That is the 100 for Glamorgan.
Tom in bowls and driven away by Kieran Carlson for 4. Lovely shot through the offside by the Glamorgan skipper for his 2nd boundary. That's a +1 as Pennington Bowls again, short, pulled away for 4 by Asa Tribe, who isn't going to miss out on the opportunity.
I'm going for it now against Kieran Carlson. Clips that away behind square. That's going to go for 4 runs. Takes Glamorgan to 130 for 2. And the required...
Bowls to Tribe, and he defends it, and that is that. That eventually is our full allocation. Glamorgan 132 for 2. 346 away from an astonishing run chase.
Okay, so that was a little bit of the action from day 3 there for you. A frustrating day, as I say, but we have arrived here on day 4. The situation of play is pretty much Nottinghamshire need 8 wickets for a victory. Glamorgan, well, they're chasing quite a big target and they still require 345 runs to win. Now, it was a frustrating day for Nottinghamshire yesterday. Obviously, the bowlers were on and off, and you might just be able to see behind me a few of the bowlers. Dylan Pennington and Brett Hutton are there just warming up, going through their little pre-day routine. And also one person that's behind me is Kevin Shine. Now, the Trent Bridge media team caught up with Shiny at the end of day 3 to talk how frustrating day 3 was. Here's what Kevin had to say.
We didn't get quite the amount of play we'd have liked today. What's your overall assessment of the game so far?
The wicket's definitely better than it was in the first innings, but there's still enough out there, we feel, to be able to take wickets in clumps, which is good. And I was really pleased with the way the boys actually worked through it today. It's difficult when you're on and off. It really is. People think it's easy. The bowlers can go in and have a rest, but you can actually lose a little bit of rhythm. So I was pretty happy with how they went.
How do players regain that focus after a day like today and going into tomorrow?
They're very, very focused. They've been focused the whole way through, which, you know, when you're in your second game and we've got some different bowlers now in the bowling attack, I've been really, really pleased with how they've applied themselves. You always know in the second innings it's going to be a little bit tougher, but we know exactly what we've got to do tomorrow morning.
Does anything change now that there's less time left of the game?
No, there's still plenty of runs for them to get. 2 good players though, to be honest, and they've played well tonight. We just know we've got to apply as much pressure as we can, especially tomorrow morning.
And what did you make of Josh Tung's fantastic wicket today?
Yeah, he's turning into a world-class bowler, and it's great to watch. I mean, that was proper pace, proper direction. I mean, as a batter, that's just horrible to face. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit more of that tomorrow.
So the thoughts of Nottinghamshire assistant coach Kevin Shine there at the end of day 3. Now, there's still quite a bit of action to go in Division 1, but one result is already in. So if we take a quick look at Division 1, you will see that Somerset are top. That means that they have beaten Essex. They won by 10 wickets yesterday, so they are top with Essex second. Obviously, those two have played 2 games, and you will see pretty much that the table is pretty much as it was, apart from that result there. So obviously bonus points are in for this game already, so it is all about the end of the game. Will somebody be collecting 16 points, or will they be collecting 8 for a draw each? Now, the bell has already rung, which means we are just minutes away from the start of play here on day 4. So let's join your BBC radio commentary team led by Dave Bracegirdle.
He said Tribe, 82 not out. He played majestically, really, didn't he, yesterday? Yeah. And well, that will be the first. I think there's been plenty of talk on X. You can get me on @RobPhillips here. Obviously, Dave is on @Brace Cricket, and you can contact us on Glamorgan Cricket @bbc.co.uk. A lot of talk on X last night about among Glamorgan fans. What do they do? I think you just play naturally for the moment and see what happens.
Certainly for this session, yeah. Can we say good morning to everybody that's been watching the highlights, watching an interview with the Notts bowling coach Kevin Shine, the morning 15 minutes with Aaron Lord down there on the pitch, setting the day up beautifully. Thanks for that, Aaron. Rob Phillips, Dave Bracegirdle with the commentary this morning, and as we were just saying to our listeners on 5 Sports Extra 2, and everybody with us on the BBC Sport website, There's enough potential here for one of those really dramatic final days of a county championship match. You fancy at the end of the day at least one side is going to be disappointed and frustrated. Glamorgan might at this stage, if they left Nottingham with a draw, be relatively happy, but you don't know how the day's going to go. They might get into a situation where they only need 40 with 3 or 4 wickets left and have to bat out, so they'd be frustrated there. Nottinghamshire might not have the time to get the wickets. They might have them 7, 8 or 9 down towards the end of the day. There might be some frustration from one way or another. Both sides, of course, began with a draw last week. Each will be looking to take as many points from this as they possibly can. A situation where they can go on and force a win. We've just left Kevin Howells on Sports Extra, so we'll welcome you to us as well. Just saying our good mornings to everybody. We've got the 2 umpires out there in the middle. Robbie White, the former Northants top order batter. Richard Illingworth, the former England and Worcestershire slow left armour. And players a little tardy to break up from their huddle. Asiba Mead then leads Nottinghamshire onto the field, and here come Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan skipper, and Asa Tribe. Now then, what an innings he played yesterday. Absolutely terrific stuff from the youngster. He's getting a lot of good reps, as they say, from people who've seen him far more regularly than indeed either Rob or myself. 82 from 98 balls. He's still relatively early on, Rob, isn't he, in his first class
He's only
career.
22 as well. He's already being mentioned as a possible England candidate. Some would say it's pretty early for that.
But one of those...
But all he can do is keep scoring runs and see what happens.
Yeah, one of those who would say he's not ready yet would say he's not scored runs in Division 1. So this would completely, knock that door down, wouldn't it, if he can get at least initially another 18 and then go on and get some more and really set the platform up for Glamorgan for whatever they achieve today, whether they've got enough wickets in hand to potentially push for an unexpected victory charge late in the day, or whether Tribe and Co can just bat through the day and frustrate Notts. 132 for 2. It's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. The defending county champions, I'm sure we'll be pleased. There's a bit of cloud around. It's expected to stay dry. I've listened to all the forecasts this morning. They say there'll be more cloud this afternoon, but there shouldn't be any rain until we've finished. And it is going to be Brett Hutton to get us underway here from this Radcliffe Road end. He'll be bowling to Kieran Carlson, who's on 17, and the first ball elicits a huge, I was going to say an appeal, but I think a cry of frustration from Kyle Verena, the wicketkeeper, standing up. He took it. And it was like initially he was going to celebrate a caught behind, but then I think it was frustration that he maybe felt it was going to clip a bail off and didn't quite. Lovely, accurate start from Brett Hutton.
That was a belt, wasn't it, to start with? Right, spot on with the line just outside off stump.
Here goes Hutton again then. Second ball of the morning. Ground bathed in sunshine, bowls again, and Carlson will be just reassured a little bit. That'll sound nice and feel good to him, just getting this one out of the middle, a defensive block. We'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second or two, and then more words of wisdom from the great man to my right. 132 for 2. This pair have put 44 on yesterday. Notts, in between the showers, managed to get rid of Eddie Byram and Zain Hassan. Brett Hutton bowling from this end and turned away by Kieran Carlson, away on the leg side for a single. First run of the morning to Glamorgan, 133 for 2. They only require 345, Rob.
Just only. That word only is shouldering a lot of burden there. You just never know.
No.
This is what cricket's all about. As Asa Tribe gets ready for to receive his first delivery.
I don't know if you've got his stats somewhere. We might be able to look at them as to how many first-class hundreds he's got. I know he's had a double 100, but I don't think he's had that many first-class hundreds, has he? And because he's still a young man, and there's plenty of time for that. Very much enjoyed watching him back yesterday. He's going to face his first ball of the morning as Hutton nice and full, and Tribe's away for the day, pushing it to Mead, who just couldn't gather it cleanly. There's no doubt about it. Mead would have fired towards the stumps at Kieran Carlson's, or the end Carlson was running to, had he picked it up cleanly. But they're able to get home. I don't know if that was a sign of intent from Glamorgan. It
was a sharp run, wasn't it?
Let's drop
to
and
take
run.
Too early on.
Yeah, or whether it was a very nervy single and call from Tribe. Just wanting to ease into his work on the final day. It was a drop and run. Might have been a little risky. Hutton in once more, leg side-ish and clipped away. There's protection out there on the short side, on the Bridgeford Road side. And another single, the third of the over, 135 for 2.
So he's played 17 first-class matches, 1,043 runs scored, average of 41.72. He's converted 3 of the 5 50s. Top score 206.
It's a good career record, so far. It's a good basis to go on, and he's got another single here pushing this into the offside. So there weren't too many demons in that over. The first ball was an absolute beauty. There was a hastily scrambled single, which on another day might have produced a different result, but the end result was 4 coming from it, and that's just about what Glamorgan require. 136 for 2. Kieran Carlson has moved on to 19, and Asa Tribe is 16 away from another career century. 95 overs remain in the day, not still require 8 wickets. And it'll be Dylan Pennington to bowl the next over. It didn't seem to come to me.
I was just
BBC
wondering whether they were going to
Radio.
come to you. So I hope they're not picking up my Welsh dulcet tones. But Dylan Pennington, what a fiery spell he bowled last night. He came back for 7 overs from about 6:30 till 7. It was really uncomfortable. There was a lot of ear music, wasn't there? And I think Asa Tribe with a short leg in again. I think Asa Tribe will know what's coming as Pennington turns in the distance from the Stuart Broad end. 2 slips.
It's a long approach, isn't it, from Pennington? He's almost back to the workmen who've turned up today. They had the weekend off, those renovating the pavilion at the far end, so you might hear a bit of noise throughout the course of the day.
Pennington speeds in now towards us and gets up a little, but Asa Tribe deals with that. As I said, I think he knows what's coming. Heard Kevin Shine, the assistant coach, is it?
He's the bowling coach, yeah.
Yeah, bowling coach, say that he thought it was world-class bowling from Pennington yesterday. And that final spell, wasn't it, of 3 or 4 overs. Really rapid.
Yeah, we were here, but not many other hardy souls stuck out for the last half an hour.
Tribe faces again, and he clips that off his legs. 4-1 to deep square leg. And the score goes to 137 for 2. Tribe moves up to 85. And Glamorgan need 341 more runs to win or bat out the remaining 94.4 overs.
I think this is one of those situations where Notts will be grateful they came through it last year. You know, sometimes you've just really got to be patient, and if say they only got 1 wicket in this session, that wouldn't be too bad.
They're champions for a reason, as Pennington bowls to Kieran Carlson. Left that. It certainly went close to the stumps. Umpire now having a look at the footmarks at the bowler's end.
Just quickly doing the maths, and if they got 1 wicket in 26 overs, they'd need 7 in 70 for the rest of the day, 1 every 10 overs, which, you know, in theory becomes easier as you get down towards 8, 9, 10, 11 of most
8
most
deliveries
sides.
does it for them. As Pennington comes in, Kieran Carlson played at that. Did he get a touch? He did, and Glamorgan lose their first wicket. The captain, Kieran Carlson, has gone for 19. Pennington strikes in his first over, and it's 137 for 3, and that's a big blow to Glamorgan as their skipper walks back to the dressing room.
Lovely bowling from Dylan Pennington. He had a terrific game down at Taunton last week, and he struck early on. So all that talk of, just try and be patient, try and pick up maybe one wicket in this session. Well, they've got one early on. They'll be greedy now, of course. They'll want more, but that will be a huge blow for Glamorgan, and really massive strike by Notts. It was a lovely delivery, and I don't think, just caught half of the second viewing of that, I don't think Kieran Carson did an awful lot wrong. That was very close to an unplayable delivery. He was just going to try and push it back, and at the very last second it just nipped and just kissed the edge. Lovely bit of bowling from Pennington. It was super ball.
Beauty. It would have got better batsman than Carlson, that one, I think.
So here comes one of Glamorgan's main men, Colin Ingram, out to the middle. Made 23 in the first innings, caught behind off Fergus O'Neill.
And he made a century against Yorkshire in the first game, which rescued Glamorgan from a dreadful start of 27 for 4 in that match. But he's got a real job to do here as he joins Asa Tribe out in the middle. Average of 56.63 last season, Colin Ingram. And Pennington will be full of it now. His first wicket, 1 for 25, caused real problems last night as well. Comes in again. The left-hander Ingram faces. He just ducks down as that ball whistles over the top of his helmet. Taken by Bahrain.
Yes, it's like second guessing, isn't it, when you're the batter first up, and also for the bowler, what's he going to expect first ball? Banged one in short, hoping that he'd just fend it off his body to Ben Slater in at short leg, but it was just a little too short, and Ingram could bob underneath it.
So Pennington, that one goes past the outside of Ingram's bat. I think he withdrew that anyway, and warm applause from a decent number of spectators in today. I'm sure most of them, to a man and woman, anticipating Nottinghamshire sealing victory.
They may be hoping for it. I'm not sure. There's many of them sensing it's a fait accompli, a nailed on thing. Those that I spoke to this morning. There's a lot here with enough food and flasks and what have you to last the entire day. I think it could be the last hour epic, maybe. There's Hutton to start the third over of the morning. Brett Hutton bowling to Asa Tribe. Gets forward and blocks this one out on the leg side. So Hutton bowling with two slips in there. Verena standing up. We've got Ben Slater with all the protective paraphernalia on those cumbersome pads under his flannels. He's at backward point. I've got to stand up to see out there. We've got an extra cover. We've got a Mead at mid-off, and then on the leg side a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and two out on the fence, one in front of square and one behind. As Hutton bowls, and he's chopped on. He's chopped on. Now that is massive. That is huge. Tribe's gone for 85. No century this morning for the young talent, and it's Brett Hutton to get the latest wicket. They've been shared around, one for Tong and one for O'Neill yesterday, one for Pennington in the previous over, and Glamorgan are getting off to the worst possible start with Asa Tribe bowled by Brett Hutton for 85. Was at the crease for 2 hours and 40 minutes, faced 104 balls, 13 very attractive boundaries, but his match is effectively done and dusted, and Glamorgan's chances certainly spiralling downwards. 137 for 4. Brett Hutton with a big wicket.
That was a nosedive moment for Glamorgan. Warm applause for Asa Tribe. It's been a decent enough innings, but he would have wanted to go on today. And always feel unfortunate when you chop on, but hey, it happens sometimes. It was accurate and just the bat not quite straight enough.
He's unlucky because
clipped leg stump, didn't it, as it went behind
well, it was
him.
the inside edge. I mean, it was it was a very good line, but it wouldn't have hit the stumps on its own without the intervention of the inside edge. Now here comes a man on a mission, Sean Dixon, who remember didn't start this match on day one, only entered it on day two as a replacement substitute for the injured Ben Kellaway, and then got a duck in the first innings, so he comes out on a pair. His high spot, undoubtedly the direct hit to run out Ben Duckett in Nottinghamshire's second innings, but he'd like all that to fade into the background off the back of a run-laden day here in Nottingham. Sean Dixon, who mentioned in the first innings, over a career that's seen him with 4 counties, he only averages 17 against Notts and only 13 here at Trent Bridge. So there's a couple of ways of looking at that, Rob. You could say he's due.
Yes.
He'd like to make a statement, of course, for his new side.
He did say that he's not a like-for-like for Sam Northeast, who's gone to Kent, or gone back to Kent. But Sean Dixon, well, they're both on naught at the moment, he and Colin Ingram.
So here goes Hutton, then running away from us. New man at the crease. Only in the third over of the morning, and this is pushed out to point by Dixon, and there's no run. 132 for 2 has very quickly become 137 for 4, and the gut feel, the hunch by the captain, no doubt, to go with Hutton and Pennington, paying instant dividends. He could have gone with O'Neill, he could have gone with Tong, went with this pair, and they've delivered.
Yeah, it's, what is it, 2 wickets in 4 balls, basically.
Verena standing up again. Worked just slightly onto the onside there by Dixon, retreating deep into his crease to defend. Very good morning to you. If you're just joining us, people I'm sure tuning in all the time or following the live feed. There are pictures available if you've just stumbled across the audio commentary, or you're perhaps in the car or out and about. There's links on both county websites, but trentbridge.co.uk, the Nottinghamshire one, will see you find a way there as Dixon gets off a pair by just having enough room there to open the face of the bat and chop the ball in the direction of the Hound Road stand. That's down at third man for those of you that aren't too familiar with Trent Bridge, and he comes back for 2, 139 for 4.
You'll feel better for that, no doubt. G. Evans 7777 on X says, just bat properly, is it flattening out? Well, not at the moment.
Hutton to bowl again to Dixon, and a little bit of bounce there. That one didn't flatten out, did it? That one took off. Well taken by Verena, standing up, and success for Brett Hutton. He's got figures of 10 overs 1 for 35. As I said, 4 principal seamers for Nottinghamshire in this match, and Liam Patterson-White, who we haven't seen bowl in the second innings, and all 4 seamers have now picked up a wicket. That's a case of doing the job as a team, isn't it? As a unit.
Quite, and they are a formidable battery of seamers. There's no doubt about that.
Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. We'll get round to them in a moment. It could have been the quietest, dullest opening 20 minutes or so, but far from
anything but. Yeah, quite. As Pennington bowls again, Ingram pushes it down. No run. And these two will just want to steady the ship a bit now after those 2 quick wickets. The 2 men who walked to the stumps this morning, now both back in the hutch. Tribe for 85, Captain Carlson for 19. Pennington in again. Ingram, the left-hander, right behind this. South African, of course, Colin Ingram was caught behind in the first innings.
If you'd like to get in touch on the email at brace, no, not at bracecricket@icloud.com. It's all new. Bear with me. Bracecricket@icloud.com, and Rob's got Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you want to send us your thoughts.
Yeah, there's 2 slips and like a 4th slip as Pennington goes around the wicket to Ingram, and it went past that man at 4th slip. He's got it away down fine, and just here the tap of the ball against the boundary. That's 4 runs for Glamorgan. Ingram goes to 4. The score to 143 for 4. I think he was just about in control of that.
Yeah.
Looked like a deliberate cut down through the slips.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he deliberately played that. Nice to get runs against your name. Underway in all 6 of the remaining county championship matches, of course. 3 finished yesterday, 1 in Division 1, 2 in Division 2. But the other 5, apart from this one, started on time.
Pennington around the wicket once more. Ingram pushes that behind scrum, the onside this time. And it's just the 1 run. 144 for 4.
There's a bit of jeopardy in 1 or 2 of the matches, and an interesting one at the Oval. Surrey and Leicestershire. Surrey begun their 2nd innings. They've already lost a wicket. They're 17 for 1, trailing Leicestershire by 154 on the last day there. So that's an interesting one. Sussex 250 for 5 at Hove against Warwickshire. They require 78 more. Warwickshire will be hunting those 5 wickets.
Pennington bowls. That was straight to the man at forward short leg, but there was no chance of him catching that, I don't think.
No,
it did go straight to him off Dixon's bat, but it was as much as he could do to throw it a hand and stop it going probably away to the boundary, because there's nobody behind him.
Yeah, it was sort of boot height, wasn't it? But it was clipped away. At Headingley, Yorkshire 74 for 6 against Hampshire. They require 352 more. The Division 1 games. Division 2, Kent 173 for 4, following on a long way behind Northants. Lancashire 155 for 8 at home to Derbyshire, leading by 132.
Pennington in from the far end. Dixon faces again, and that went rapidly off the outside edge down towards the 3rd man. He's going to track back for 2 runs. Score goes to 146 for 4, but of course Glamorgan have lost 2 big wickets this morning. Day 4 here at Trent Bridge, a lovely day.
Tons and tons of messages. Thank you, everybody. We'll rattle through a few. Barbara Roberts, enjoy your day, everybody. Rob Phillips, so that's you.
That's me, yeah, I know Barbara.
Ben Bonney, our Welsh cake deliverer. Thank you, Ben. Absolutely fabulous. Go well today, both. Tuning in, working from home. Tony Burns would take a draw at this point. Happy to bat the day out. Chase the win is a big ask. So there's a Welsh flag against his name there, Tony. So
it's an even bigger ask now.
G. Evans just bat properly. You might have done that one. Dave, it was a good job. I had entertainment booked for yesterday afternoon. You Reds, obviously a Forest fan. The man who put the harm in pharmacy, wondering why the follow-on wasn't enforced. Well, let's leave it. Let's leave it to the county championship winning captain to make decisions like that. I think he knows what he's doing. But yeah, a lot of people wondering that. There's Brett Hutton. Passed on by Robbie White, bowled and pulled away by Colin Ingram, and he's managed to bisect the 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side. Pulled that out towards the Larwood and Vos, totally in control, and Ingram has started very nicely, positively indeed for Glamorgan. Lovely shot, 140. In fact, it just turns over, 150 for 4. Colin Ingram up to 9. Just while we're looking at the board there, good morning to our scorers, Roger Marshall and Andrew Hignell. I think Ian Smith's working the screens today. He generally has the commentary on. Good morning all. As Hutton in again to Ingram, playing from the crease into the offside. Good morning to Paul Harrison as well, who tunes in here on the ground. He looks after the players' welfare, has done for many years. Chris Simpson, morning Dave. As a Notts fan, I'd like us to have this wrapped up by tea. But as a cricket purist, a couple more hours of watching young Tribe bat wouldn't go amiss. Well, I really enjoyed watching him yesterday. I may have seen him in one of the 50 over games over the last couple of years, but it's the first time I've sort of seen him this format. I'm very impressed as the next ball wide of the off stump.
Well, he would have wanted a century, Asa Tribe, at least, but you can see why people are talking about him as a prospect.
Peter Roberts, good luck to the Glamorgan boys. Nick Morrell, the wicket, the first wicket, beautiful straight action from Dylan Pennington, says Nick, who knows his onions. He bowled it close to the stumps, tight line, unbelievable, really well bowled. Thank you, Nick. Good morning. Next ball is out, and Hutton's got another one, and Ingram goes now, and it's becoming a little bit of a procession. We've only been playing 25 minutes and Notts have got 3 wickets. Glamorgan 150 for 4. Ingram pushing at a ball that he had to play at. Just a whisker outside off stump, but he's nicked it through to Carl Verena, who's already got 3 wickets in the innings, and Ingram there for quarter of an hour, and he faced 10 balls, 2 fours, looking ominously good, but again he's been seen off by Brett Hutton, and I've just seen a replay there. I think he felt it was wide enough to try and drive through extra cover, and sometimes when you do start with a couple of early boundaries, you think it's your day and try and get very quickly into 5th or 6th gear, and maybe Colin was trying to do that, but he's nicked it behind, and Verena doesn't miss many. 150 for 5.
Well, this has moved on a lot more rapid than Glamorgan would have wanted. As you said, Dave, 3 wickets in next to no time this morning, and the likelihood of them surviving until 6 o'clock tonight more and more further away, you would say. It brings back memories of Saturday morning when they lost, what was it, 6 for 32.
Yes, this
it's a bit worrying, really.
This was always going to be a challenge for Glamorgan, a step up from Division 2. The one thing that sides that are promoted have in their favour is they've been used to playing winning cricket. They've come off the back of a good season in Division 2. Obviously, that's seen them get promotion, but they've won a lot of games, both Leicestershire and Glamorgan last year. They've been involved in some titanic struggles to get over the line, but there is a reason that everybody says this is, it is just a bit of a step up going up to Division 1, and this was the side that won Division 1 last year, so this was always going to be a challenge for Glamorgan. They've acquitted themselves very well after winning the toss on the first morning and having Notts in a whole heap of trouble by lunchtime, 5 down, but the county champions have shown their teeth over the subsequent periods, and this morning they've just used that experience and wisdom from 2 very good bowlers here, Hutton and Pennington, with Hamid just turning the screws a little bit and just tinkering with the odd field setting, and Notts have had a very, very good morning already with 3 wickets.
They certainly have. New
man is Chris Cook, coming in at 7, the wicket-keeper batter, and he's left that one alone. And from that well-known folk group, the U's and the R's, you can perhaps tell that was fairly close to lifting off the off stump. Dreadful morning for you Glamorgan supporters, but there's still hope there with a couple of good players, Sean Dixon and Chris Cook in the middle. And then, then it's the lower middle order and the tail. Hutton with his tail up comes in once more, bowls well defended by Cookie.
Nick Webb has been in touch. Congratulations to all the members of 11 clubs who took part in Walking in the Valleys for Young Cricketers over the weekend. as Hutton gets warm applause for that over. 3-day trek ended at Sophia Gardens yesterday with more than 100 walkers, including lots of juniors. Thanks to, as always, to organiser Michael Cann, who is next year's president of Glamorgan, and the patron Matt Maynard. My club Machen, I did say he played for Machen, didn't I? Have raised, which is just outside Caerphilly for those who don't know, in between Caerphilly and Newport.
Love your cheese.
My club Machen have raised around £1,000, and all the clubs involved would welcome donations via their social media pages, hoping for a long day's cricket for you. Well,
remember, all the games are available via the BBC Sport website, the cricket page, to tune in and out. And of course, Kevin Howells on Sports Extra will take you around all the various grounds from time to time.
Pennington bowls. Sean Dixon gets right behind that and touches it to short mid-off, where the captain, Hasib Hamid, makes himself busy. Throws back to Carver Rain, who's been busy behind the stumps.
Last year, Notts won by about lunchtime at a new road at Worcester, and it takes just over 2 hours to get back to the Kingdom of Newark from there. And what a great listen that was in the afternoon as Kev went round all the games. It was one of those days, a fourth day, where there were about 5 or 6 games nearing a finish, and it was tense everywhere.
Pennington hoping for a good morning. He's already had a decent start to it. This time Dixon plays it down short on the onside, well away from, is that Ben Slater there in the
he's at short leg,
in the protection.
If I remember rightly, it was the day that Leicestershire got over the line and secured promotion, and Kevin had Alfonso Thomas on to interview, if I remember rightly, and it was just a cracking couple of hours driving back. Notts had won, so I was relatively pleased with life, but really good coverage.
Pennington in again. Dixon, he's down late on that. Thought that had gone through him then, but he managed to prod it down to Hamid again at mid-off. 3 slips now, as Sean Dixon waits again. Well, I suspect I'll be on the M1 not before too long, the way things are going. You never know. M1, M42, M5, M50.
I nearly alienated all the Glamorgan followers by saying you could have a listen this afternoon, Rob, but no, you may well still be here commenting on the rear guard.
Pennington in. Dixon clips that through the offside. That's a good shot, actually. Punch that through. Hamid will stop it from going for 4, but Dixon felt bat on ball then. He goes to 6, Glamorgan to 152 for 5. They started the day at 132 for 2.
Yeah, Wickets went in the second over of the morning, the third over of the morning, and the fifth over of the morning. Gets the job done, doesn't it?
It does. And the man square on the onside has been pushed back to about 15 yards from the boundary. I wonder whether this is going to test Dixon in the air. It was. There was a shout. Good stop at third slip by Jack Haynes. Don't know whether that was a chance.
I don't think so.
A squeal, wasn't there?
Just sort of congratulating him on the stop, saving the 4 runs rather than anybody getting animated about it going to hand.
Yeah.
The goal-top Miltman's claiming a bit of an assist on Asa Tribe. We're just about to say, Dave, let's hope we can get Tribe out soon, and then he went next ball.
Pennington into Dixon. Just pulled his bat away at the last minute. It's really hostile bowling from Dylan Pennington from that Stuart Broad end, as he did last night. 12 overs, 1 for 34. Brett Hutton, 11 overs, 2 for 39. Glamorgan staring down the barrel at 152 for 5.
Yeah, when he had 6 overs this morning. 10 for 3 is the wreckage. Charlie, as one of our regulars. Reference tried being unlucky, Dave. Partially agree. Kyle Verena standing up, stopped him coming down the wicket to Brett. Pressure cramps the batter. Kyle's fantastic skills helped force that wicket too. Thank you, Charlie. Next ball from Hutton, start of a new over, eased into the offside. He also, there was a bit more, an absolute corker of a delivery from Dylan as well. The yellow belly, morning Dave, great start to the day for Notts, just showing the all-round ability of the team. Alistair want to go and make a drink, missed the 2 wickets. Great decision from Hamid to use Pennington and Hutton, although I think Josh will be perfect if there's any more uneven bounces. Hutton came roaring in and then realised that Chris Cook wasn't ready. Matthew, which wicket is he referring to? Tribes there. Momentary brain fade there, he says. Still thinking about the previous ball. As Hutton bowls, good delivery taken by Verena standing up. Lovely stuff indeed. Thank you, Matthew. Just a 54-year-old says Brett Hutton's a genius, a master of his craft. It's a privilege to watch him in action. Charlie again. Ingram now gone, Dave, since he was last in touch. Huge wicket, substantially takes the draw out of the game. Might keep that for later, Charlie. Ian Warrington, the U's and the R's group. That's hit my chuckle button. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, I thought it was quite good.
Hutton bowls. And again, well taken by Verena. The esteemed Mr. Webb, chastening lesson in Division 1 standards for Glamorgan. Next up, Leicestershire, of course, next on the fixture compilers list for Glamorgan, Leicestershire. Will that be in Cardiff,
Yeah,
Rob, next week, probably?
Yeah. Which will be interesting, the 2 promoted clubs.
Yeah. 152 for 5. Hutton once more well defended by Chris Cook. Terry Robertson, any idea why Fergus isn't on the field? Well, to be perfectly honest, hadn't noticed that. Oh, James Hayes is out there as a sub, so thank you, Terry. A lot going on, and hadn't noticed Fergus. Took part in all the morning warm-ups, but then I did see him actually chatting with Hamid, thinking about it now, about 15 minutes before the start, chatting with Hamid and indeed with Peter Moores. 152 for 5. Hutton bowls, a little bit of shape to this one, just moves away from the right-hander taken by Verena. So there straight away is one of those, why isn't Fergus O'Neill bowling? Because Bracegirdle hadn't spotted that he wasn't on the field. Thank you very much. Sometimes
neither had Rob Phillips here.
But sometimes those things, like this morning, yeah, I won't say definitely would have opened the bowling, but just maybe it's one of those quirks maybe Brett wouldn't have done, and he's got 2 of the wickets. He's in to bowl to Chris Cook, who's Glamorgan's answer to the Great Wall here at the moment, blocking another one. 152 for 5.
It's given them no room for manoeuvre, is he, Brett Hutton? Pennington coming at them with real pace from the other end. Hutton keeping it really tight. And was it 4 for 33 in the first innings? And he's on the mark again in the second. With a couple of wickets. 2 for 39. And at the moment, they're not missing Mr. O'Neill.
It's not cloud about, isn't there, to just give the bowlers a little bit of help.
Pennington in, and Dixon pushes to mid-off.
Little shot there at the side of the pitch. Kevin Shine working with Lyndon James. And Lyndon James is in the white. Now that's an interesting one. We'll try and find out. I wonder. I just wonder then.
We're talking about a substitute here.
Yeah, that's.
He's about to come on, I think.
So if he's coming in as a like for like for O'Neill, should be able to bowl.
Pennington bowls, and Dixon just thrusts his bat down on that. Plays it up to mid-off.
Hope we get some sort of missive from the media team. If that is what's going to happen, I mean, it's all circumspection at the moment. So Fergus, I noticed him out there this morning, but I did notice him chatting with. You don't think anything of it, do you? 3 people who are going to be central figures of the day or so. You think just having a bit of a chat.
Yeah,
but O'Neill not on the pitch.
Pennington a central figure so far. Clip to mid-on. And Glamorgan have lost 3 wickets for 20 runs this morning. We just played about just over half an hour, 35 minutes or so. It's been tough for them. And as somebody said on X, just bat properly, but it's okay saying that. That's the theory. When you've got someone coming in at a rapid pace from the far end, as Pennington is now. He bowls, Dixon gets everything behind that, clips it up to mid-on, very short mid-on. There's not been too many boundaries today.
We've mentioned the folk group, the U's and the R's. Now to the jam, because Mark the Mod has been in touch. Morning, gents, from sunny Sevenoaks, where I'm nursing the poorly wife. Hope she gets better soon, Mark the Mod. As a Kent fan, we've not enjoyed she's not enjoyed the last few days. Come on, Notts, and in brackets, come on, Leicestershire as well. Enjoy the sunshine, Mark the Mod.
Pennington bowls, Dixon waits, goes out on the onside. Actually, David Battersby contacts me half an hour ago, actually, so I should have read this out before Acer Tribe went. He says his impressive unbeaten 129 for England Lions in December. An A test was up against a bowling attack which included Fergus O'Neill, Ryan Hadley, Jai Richardson, Bo Webster, Cooper Connolly, Todd Murphy and Xavier Bartlett.
Some names there that we're already familiar with, but are only going to get better and better.
Pennington to Dixon. Thought about a run, but it's straight to the man at mid-on, which is Josh Tong. Not seen him yet.
Used to know a David Battersby, actually. Played for Lincoln and Notts County. Lived near me for a while. Don't imagine for 1 minute it's the same one.
No, this one is a lifelong Glamorgan supporter, cricket author, including those on Glamorgan. Majid Khan, one of the great players of Glamorgan time. History of Pakistan Eaglets, Pakistan and New Zealand. Exiled in Cheltenham, he says. Well, close to the Welsh border.
Announcement there that Lyndon James is an official injury placement for Fergus O'Neill. So he's on the field.
So I think I was reading yesterday there'd been 7 substitute replacements so far.
Here's Hutton bowls, and this is turned on the leg side. I don't know about the regulations, and I'm not going to ask if you have them either. As to like a scenario like this, has Lyndon got to stay on the field now for what have we had this morning, 40 minutes before he can bowl, or could he bowl possibly the next over? Well, we'll see.
I'm sure someone who's listening will have a chance.
Well, I don't know. I think it's
consult the rule book.
It's all new and fresh. Next ball on its way, and shouldering arms there is Chris Cook, who's still to get his first run. Dogged.
That was a heck of a leave, that.
Yeah, a dogged 10-ball duck so far. So Lyndon James in the game gets another first-class appearance on his tally. What sort of mark can he leave on it with 5 wickets left? Of course, Notts don't play next week, so let's hope whatever it is that's ailing Fergus isn't enough. Oh, a little push and run here. And there'd have been another run-out opportunity had Joe Clark been able to pick it up cleanly. We had one nervy run earlier in the day, and just maybe Chris Cook thinking, "No, not out. I've got to go." And had Clark picked it up, he might have been struggling. Certainly scrambling to make his ground if Clark had picked it up cleanly.
Well, the last thing they need is a run out.
153 for 5. We're in the 43rd over of the innings. Brett Hutton past umpire White. Bowles left alone by Sean Dixon, who's on 6 this morning. First to go was Kieran Carlson, caught behind by Carl Verena, standing up from the bowling of... Oh, no, he was stood back for that one, wasn't he? From the bowling of Dylan Pennington. Lovely ball for 19. And then Verena was stood up when Brett Hutton bowled to Asa Tribe, an inside edge from Tribe onto the stumps, and he was out. He only added 3 to his overnight 82. Tribe out. That was 137 for 4, became 150 for 5 when Ingram was caught behind off Hutton. Next ball on its way now, whipped away on the leg side. And I think that's been stopped on the fence. It has. Good bit of work out there in the deep by Josh Chong. Nice little tumble roll there. It's like, I don't know if that's the technical expression. They can call it a tumble term in swimming in the Olympics, when the swimmers get to the end and they do it, they've got to come back. They do a tumble turn, don't they?
Whatever it's called, I couldn't do it at my age, or at least I wouldn't be up as quick as Josh Tong is.
I can't even describe it, let alone do it. But that's what he did. There's Hutton down to Dixon on 8. Sean Dixon drives and would have had a boundary, but for a wonderful stop from the bowler. Hutton, end of the Brett Hutton over. His figures 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 42. We've been playing for about 3/4 of an hour here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Wales, Sports Extra 2, and on the live stream. And we really
basically, you can hardly avoid us.
Yeah.
We're easy to find.
You can have too much Brace Girdle and Phillips, can't you? 155 for 5.
Richard says, Richard Blake, this is, enjoyed the great coverage over the course of the match. This can be put into welcome Division 1 bracket for Glamorgan. Welcome to Division 1 bracket for Glamorgan. We'll learn from this. Hopefully we can dig in as long as possible. Well, we've not had a wicket for a couple of overs. And I was just thinking then, Dixon is connecting better than he had been. As Cook waits this time for Pennington, clips that past that short leg, down to long leg, and just gets the 1. So Sean Dixon will face. Chris Cook has gone to 2, 156 for 5.
Had another missive from the Mesnil man, Chris. Thank you very much. Wishing us both good morning. Makes 1 or 2 points. He's also challenging my Welsh. Cool. HWYL. Howl,
yeah.
What does that mean? HWYL.
Hoyle. HWYL. That's goodbye.
Oh, okay.
Or farewell, or hello.
Next one's run to backward point, no run. David, Glamorgan fan speaks. Look, this has been some superb bowling by Notts throughout the match. We're the second promoted side playing the reigning champions who've got an excellent bowling unit. We have shown over the first 2 games enough fight and passion and enough hool, ask Rob, that I can't complain at all about things are panning up. If we can finish just 1 point ahead of relegation, I'll have this down as a very successful season. Best wishes to all Notts fans. I hope your team does well this season. That's the Mesnil man, Chris. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a Newport County situation as Pennington bowls and it's cleared away. I should say that just been reminded by Kevin Howells there'll be a tribute to Hugh Morris, the late great Hugh Morris, at lunch today. The good doctor Andrew Hignell has written a book about Hugh Morris, and the proceeds will go to his favoured charity. Great loss to Glamorgan, but of course the ECB as well, and a really nice man to go with it. Pennington in, this time Dixon ducks out of a bouncer which was heading down leg side.
Yeah, that of course will be on Sports Extra from 1 o'clock. So if you're following us on any other line or on the feed and want to listen to that, it's on BBC 5 Sports Extra. That tribute to Hugh Morris should be a very worthy listen and a wonderful tribute to a very nice fella.
As Pennington bowls, and again Dixon has nothing to do with it other than bends his knees.
Speaking of nice fellas, here's a good bloke. Alan Wilson's been in touch. Hello, Alan. Dave, Alan here, announcer at the Stags. As if I didn't know you're the announcer at the Stags. Loving the stream, loving the commentary, guys. Just wondering, what's your preferred love, cricket or football?
Well, I made my living out of football, you see.
Next time I go to Mansfield, he'll slaughter me, but I think everybody who knows me knows that, who do you support, Dave? I support Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club.
I think at Brace Cricket is a bit of a giveaway, is it not?
You know me better than that, Alan.
Pennington runs in, Dixon gets behind this. Out to point, no run. Glamorgan 156 for 5. We've had another message from David Battersby.
He said he did play for Notts County and Lincoln.
No, he said, I can confirm, not me re Notts County and Lincoln City. That was a not related Tommy Battersby, but there's more here we go.
No, there's a David Battersby.
My mum's cousin from Merthyr, Ralph Sweet, became a director of Notts County.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he said, yes, says David, I am exiled in Cheltenham, but I'm 100% behind Newport County as per my Substack on Len Hill, who we talked about.
And I have got it wrong. It was Tony Battersby, of course. There's all sorts of things gone on out there. I'll refer to in a second as hot and bowls, and this is chopped into the offside. The first, I thought we'd got Ollie Stone out there, but we haven't. Lyndon James is wearing number 9 Stone. And I think Dylan Pennington has just gone off the field. Hopefully that's just the end of his spell, and he's just gone for a comfort break. And I didn't see who the other sub was. James Hayes is on number 13 at mid-on. I think that's James. So
they're going to have to start giving us the numbers of the subs now, aren't they?
Hot and bowls, and this is turn 2. Lyndon James in the Ollie Stone shirt. 156 for 5.
So he is a sub rather than a replacement.
No, he is the number 9 is Lyndon James, and he, I'm sure, will get a bowl probably at this end after Brett.
So he's a replacement, proper replacement.
Yes, he is now in the game, like Sean Dixon is.
Yeah, it's going to get very confusing, isn't it?
Cook on strike on 2 and blocks this one.
Remember when it was 11 against 11, Dave?
Remember when football shirts were 1 to 11? I can remember when cricketers didn't have numbers on their shirts.
Yeah. I do like the numbers on the shirts for cricketers. That does help.
Alan says, great answer, Dave. Thank you, Alan. They're playing tomorrow night, aren't they? Mansfield Town away. And then Alan will be back on duty at the weekend. 156 for 5, Glamorgan, with Chris Cook on strike. Nicely defended by the South African-born right-hander, Chris Cook, who I mentioned in the first innings, he went with Samit Patel on a speaking evening all the way down to Littlehampton. If we'd gone any further, we'd have been in France, right on the south coast. And it was a snowy day. We drove down there in the snow, and when we got there was a Chris Cook shirt there. Played for Littlehampton when he first came across his first sort of pro club in England. Next ball is pushed up to James Hayes at mid-on, no run.
A few dark clouds above now, aren't there?
It'll make the ball wobble a little bit.
Start the dance. Has it got to that necessity yet? I mean, blue sky to our right, but
I mentioned the deer on the road yesterday morning when I came in. This morning, I've set a new personal worst. It took me an hour and 20 minutes to get from the Kingdom of Newark to Trent Bridge this morning with the roadworks on the A52. There's hot and bowls, and this is played out on the leg side. And I was stationary for that long, just through Radcliffe-on-Trent, that looking to my right, and I'm hopeless with trees. That's one of the many things to do with a day at the cricket. When there's a ground with trees, I'm hopeless for a fellow who spent a lot of his life in the country, no idea the different trees. But in this tree, I could count 15 squirrels, and they were scurrying about, having fun, leaping from here, there, and everywhere. And I just was reminded of that looking at the pavilion at the moment, because I bet we can see 15 orange jackets. The high-vis jackets there, people scurrying about doing their work at the pavilion end.
There's a green one up top as well.
Anyhow, the important matters of state. Josh Tong's going to have a bowl.
Yeah, I was going to say Pennington no longer bowling from that far end. He did his job, but there's no respite. Josh Tongue.
Verena won't be standing up to him, that's for sure.
No, 3 slips for company as Sean Dixon faces up to Tongue's delivery from the Stuart Broad end. Clipped up to mid-on.
Just gets your attention going a little bit more, doesn't it? Gets the blood pumping when you've got Josh Tongue roaring in like that.
Yes, he's tall, he's quick, he's accurate.
And he likes rabbit pie. He likes to knock over the lower order.
Just got the 1 wicket in Glamorgan's first innings, 1 for 10 did Josh Tongue, but he only bowled 4 overs. He's been used sparingly, but they haven't needed him. Tongue balls, and Dixon gets this behind the square down to long leg, where it's fielded by Lyndon James wearing Ollie Stone's number 9. Now that is confusing, but not confused. There's 1 run, 157 for 5, as Chris Cook takes his guard with the umpire. I think is that umpire Illingworth at that end, or is that Robbie Wright? Maybe Illingworth, I think. As Tongue balls, came off the pad there. I don't think Cook knew too much about that. I was beating for pace, that one.
I love it when correspondents have a conversation amongst themselves, thereby preventing me from having to give the answer. Ian Warrington, Dave, the substitutes rule, what would prevent a tactical substitution? For example, a turning wicket. They would perhaps be thinking of drafting a spinner in to replace a pace bowler, but the good old Nigel Balam and other of our regulars, substitutes have to be like for like. Thank you very much. Yep.
Tongue balls. That was right up past Chris Cook's head guard. He just swayed away from it. Had a very close view of it, what he saw. Probably a blur as it went past.
Ollie Sargent as well on the same debate. Under the 2026 County Championship replacement trial, a substitute player can bowl immediately upon entering the match, provided they've been approved as like for like by the match referee. Thank you, Ollie. So he's answered that one. So Lyndon James can bowl straight away, according to Ollie. Thank you.
Josh Tongue comes in. Again, it squirted off the bat of Chris Cook, but to safety, and he gets 1 run for it. He moves up to 3, the score to 158 for 5. We're just approaching an hour's play, and Glamorgan have lost 3 wickets. Started at 132 for 2, but Kieran Carlson went for, with the score 137. Asa Tribe followed 4 deliveries later, without adding to the score, and Colin Ingram 150 for 5, so they put on 8 runs for this partnership. A long way to go. As Dixon faces Tongue, clips that away on the leg side, just behind square. A run for the replacement, Lyndon James. And they've gone through for 2 on that one. 160 for 5. The end of Josh Tongue's over.
Blake Bint's been in touch. Dave, we've got no issues with the sub rule, although it's being overused so far. However, should Notts have had to bat again, would Lyndon James for Fergus O'Neill be a fair replacement? When an all-rounder replaces a batter, it's easy to say they can't bowl, but in this case, makes the lines blurrier. Well, he's going to come on to bowl now, and of course Notts don't have to bat again, so that's not an issue. But I think, like for like, had they brought Ollie Stone on, you'd is that like for? I don't know. Lyndon James is here on the ground, and he's clearly been approved by everybody. Is Sean Dixon a like for like replacement for Ben Kellaway? You can't get an exact replacement, only as near as you can, and I think the match referees have got to use a bit of common sense depending on who's on the ground. I mean, we saw Will Smead be called up for Somerset to replace Tom Kohler-Cadmore, didn't we? And he had to drive from Abergavenny to take the place. So I think sides will do the best they can to get somebody that's fairly similar in talent. Here is Lyndon James, and confusingly for Rob, I'm sure, as this is pushed out onto the offside. In fact, he started with a no ball, but confusingly for Rob, he's peeled off Ollie Stone's number 9 shirt with the name of Stone
8.
to wear his own number 8 underneath.
They just do it deliberately, don't they? For the visiting commentators.
I'm sure in a dressing room there's certainly scope for confusion if you just accidentally hang your shirt up on the wrong hook or somebody puts it on the wrong up. And anyway, here he is in to bowl now, Lyndon James, eager to get involved in this match, and Chris Cook eager to get the Glamorgan total moving again with a single square of the wicket on the offside, a gentle push.
I should mention, because we don't really know how long we're going to go on for, but great day for Carnarvon Town yesterday. They won the Welsh Cup for the first time in their 72-year history. Beat Flint 3-0 at Rodney Parade, so they will go into the Europa Conference League qualifiers this summer, and they had David Ewan singing Amar O Hyd there before the game.
There's James bowling. This is pushed into the offside. 163 for 5 at Glamorgan. Yes, congratulations to all. But that starts soon, the Conference League qualifiers. David Palmer, County Championship trials, Dave. Replaced players due to illness or injury must stand down for 8 days. The replacement must be like for like, allowing for a fully participating player rather than just a fielder. Thank you, David. Yes, of course, Notts don't play next week, so Fergus wouldn't have to miss next week's match. This one just comes back a whisker, and that was too close to cut, and Sean Dixon did well really not to chop it onto his stumps like Asa Tribe did earlier on. Yeah. So we'll try and find out for you what's ailing Fergus this morning. Terry's been back on the subject of like-for-like subs. I think Archie Vaughan was subbed on for Lewis Goldsworthy yesterday. Goldsworthy bowled a bit of seam, whereas Vaughan's a spinner. Yeah, there's going to be issues. There's going to be teething problems. There's going to be people absolutely outraged at some decisions, as James bowls again wide of the pegs, and there's going to be others that just get on with it. 163 for 5.
Well, it's as much as anything, it's a reflection on the counties if they try to abuse it.
Yeah.
Teams in any sporting sphere will try and find a way around to make the best of the rules and the law changes.
They're all in it together, and
yeah,
the word will quickly get about if somebody's trying it on or a particular counter's trying it on, as this is wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Ed sends a missive in. Brace Cricket at iCloud. I can't even remember it. I've got to get the bit of paper. Bracecricket at iCloud.com. The first time we've done sort of a cricket email. So there we are. Sorry, Ed. Lost the impetus. The dramatic pause wasn't intentional. We'll come back to it in a second as Lyndon James bowls to Sean Dixon. This is pushed out to Joe Clark in the offside. End of the over, 163 for 5 Glamorgan. So we'll try again, Ed. Enjoying the live stream this morning, as I always do. Hope you don't mind an email, but I'm not on X anymore. Nope, that's why we've got it. Everybody says we don't do X anymore, Dave. Can we have an email address? Lyndon James taking the field in Ollie Stone's shirt. He's not the only player suffering an identity crisis. We were at Trent Bridge on Friday while my son was getting autographs from players as they came off after the warm-up. I noticed Joe Clark was wearing a top with number 33. His trousers had number 26 on them, suggesting that those trousers actually belonged to Ben Slater. And there we are. That's from Ed. Thank you very much, Ed. There's another a plot twister, isn't there, for your next book, or another potential title? Who wore Ben Slater's trousers?
Clothes, yeah, quite.
Who wore Ben Slater's trousers?
Tongue in from the far end, Josh Tongue. Cook. Well, there was a shot of yes, but he didn't touch it. The umpire unmoved, and actually Tongue didn't appeal at all. So I don't think they need to con the umpire the way they're bowling at the moment. Stephen Moss says, thank you, Stephen. I'm doing the job in distressing circumstances. He says the difference between the two attacks is stark. Well, as I keep saying, this is a formidable battery of bowlers that Nottinghamshire have, not least Josh Tong, who gets that to rise up off a length, and Cook did well to keep that down and to keep it out of the way of short leg. Just played it down just a yard or two away from short leg into the onside, and he's got plenty of company with 3 slips, short leg, man at mid wicket, mid on,
David, the cricket.
mid off.
No, nobody's come to me. Nobody
Backward
came to me
square.
and all this for this one.
As Tong comes in, and again that whistles past the outside edge. 163 for 5. Cook survives. He's on 4. It's a real uphill task. Nominally, Glamorgan need another 315 runs to win or to survive until around about 6 o'clock tonight. 82.3 overs left in the day. There are grey clouds ahead, but they don't look as if they're full of rain at the moment. The rain on my app is due around about 6 o'clock, which may be too late for Glamorgan. Tongue comes in. Cook just appears to show his bat to every ball, but happy for it to go past.
Okay.
No run. Yeah, congratulations to Carnarvon Town, and also, in a bit partisan, but congratulations to the Wales women's under-19s who had their first win over England yesterday. So apologies to a lot of our listeners, but worth a mention. Tongue comes in. Cook plays it straight back to the bowler. And I mentioned the Welsh Cup earlier. It's the 3rd oldest domestic cup competition, the Welsh Cup. Not competed for by Cardiff, Swansea, Wrexham, Newport or Merthyr now, because they play in the English system. And we're in the 3rd oldest test ground, are we not, at Trent Bridge? Says the sign outside. Tongue balls from the far end, Stuart Broad end. That one rose up off a length again, but Cook plays it down nicely, the South African. But they are testing deliveries from Josh Tong. In fact, they've been testing all morning since we started at 11 a.m. Don't be fooled by the weather. It's tough going out there for these Glamorgan batsmen. 163 for 5.
Elsewhere, Rob, around the country, in the capital, or in the English capital, Surrey 44 for 1 in their second innings. Rory Burns out very early on in that. Surrey still trail Leicestershire by 127. At Hove, Sussex 273 for 5, require 55 more to beat Warwickshire. That would be back-to-back wins for Sussex if they were to get over the line. It's going to be Lyndon James to begin his second over. First one went for 3, but 2 of those were from a no ball. Sean Dixon is 11 not out from 34 deliveries. Right-hander, 3 slips behind him, solidly defends. At Headingley, Yorkshire 107 for 7. So Hampshire closing in on victory there. Yorkshire, if they were to turn the tables and win, they'd need 319 more, or they'll have to bat until late on this evening. At Canterbury in Division 2, Kent in their second innings 211 for 5. They're still 295 away from making Northants bat again. So stiff day ahead there for Kent as James bowls again. Slashed away for 4. Nice shot by Sean Dixon. Just given a little bit of width and nicely timed. Boundary takes Glamorgan to 167 for 5. And that victory target here, 311 runs away. Nice looking shot. At Old Trafford this morning, Lancashire second innings bowled out for 160. Derbyshire set 138 to win. They've lost a wicket already. They're 18 for 1. In fact, just changing to 20 for 1. So Derbyshire need 118 more in Division 2 to defeat Lancashire at Old Trafford. All the scores as ever on the BBC Sport website, the cricket page, and also the text commentaries on all the wickets as Dixon pushes this to backward point. So Ferguson O'Neill out of the game, having had a terrific first part of it. 59 in Nottinghamshire's first innings, 4 wickets in Glamorgan's first innings. A little 36 not out in the not second innings. And the wicket of Zain ul Hassan yesterday, but not taking part on day 4. Now out of the match, replaced by Lyndon James, who runs in from the Radcliffe Road end. And Sean Dixon looking absolutely rock solid at the moment, defends out onto the offside.
I don't know if you were watching before, Dave, whether you noticed that would Lyndon James have had sort of bowling in the nets this morning just in case of something like this? I mean, it asks all sorts of questions, this substitution thing now, doesn't it? Adds another element. We've already spoken during this game about the need for maybe taking more players to away games now.
Comes in again, bowls, and again Dixon trying to chop it away square on the offside, no run. You know, without knowing what and when has ruled Fergus O'Neill out, I don't know. In all likelihood, if he was on the ground, I'm sure he'd have had a bowl this morning anyway, but certainly from the moment that they knew he was going to take over, if there was the time to give him a
Are there indoor nets
bowl
on this ground here?
Yes.
Underneath here?
Yeah. On the first floor at either end, the Hadley Hall and the Sobers Hall. Good delivery beats Dixon on the outside. Goes through to Verena.
Wasn't it?
It was 167 for 5. And that's the end of the 49th over of the innings. 81 remain in the day. 81 more overs for Glamorgan to, I was going to say, chase down this victory target of 478, or indeed, it's accurate to say, or to bat through the 81 overs for a draw.
Little message out to Hasib Hamid there from somebody in a pink top.
Yeah, that's Tom Giles, I think, as the second or third or fourth option as a sub for Notts.
Just a quick conversation with the Notts captain, who's at mid-off in the sun hat. Watching Josh Tongue approach the stumps now from that end. Big roar, but the ball just dropped down by Cook. He's been there 30 deliveries for his 4. Survival, though, is the name of the game.
Yeah, just steadied the ship a little bit,
Haven't they, these two? Dixon looks more confident the longer he stays at the crease as well. He's on 15, sorry.
Last wicket fell in the 39th over, we're now in the 50th.
Tongue comes in. That was whistled past bending Cook. Again, he had a very close-up view of the ball going past his nose then.
I don't know if Chris Cook is a prolific limbo dancer, but he certainly had the flexibility there to show that he could be. There on the replay. Oh, that's a great shot of Cook just making sure that his nose wasn't detached from the rest of his body. Well directed bouncer and well negotiated.
Here comes Tongue again. That time it's a lot straighter and on a good length. Cook just pushes that away to mid-off. No run. 167 for 5.
So the best thing about today for everybody concerned is we've lost that ferocious, cold, biting cold wind that we've had for much of the first 3 days. Yesterday it was absolutely bitter, and we had the rain as well yesterday, but it's not been pleasant to sit out and watch cricket at this ground the last 3 days.
There's Tongue balls, and that's up in the air, but it's safe. It went about 10 yards from the bat. And it was close to Brett Hutton, but not a real chance as it squirted off his bat into the, well, actually ballooned off his bat into the onside. Hutton is at mid-wicket and would have had to come in a good 10 yards to get that. So a bit of a life for Chris Cook. He's still there on 4, 167 for 5. Josh Tongue in again, and that's a much more correct onside push up to mid-on for 1 run for Chris Cook. And Sean Dixon will face the last of Josh Tongue's 6th over. 168 for 5, Cook on 5, Dixon on 15, the highest score that he's made for Glamorgan since joining this summer. He had a difficult time against Yorkshire in the opening game, Norton 2, out for Norton, the Glamorgan collapse first innings here. But he's got 15 under his belt in 40 deliveries. As Tongue tries to unnerve him, but straight bat, plays it down. Tongue says, I'm not picking that up, but skipper can do that, which he does. And it's 168 for 5, another 80 overs to go today.
Another wicket would presumably bring Tim van der Hoogten in at 8, and then Mason Crane, Andy Gorvin and Ryan Hadley will be waiting in the wings for their chance.
Tell the sun's out, there's a bright reflection on the top of the roof straight ahead of you there, Dave. I don't know what that is. It must be a roof window maybe, but it catches the eye.
It does indeed. Very bright, sort of behind the pavilion over the Fox Road. LBW shout here. Lyndon James asking for a verdict to go in his favour. Chris Cook not playing a shot there, thrust his pad in the general vicinity of the ball, might have got outside the line, but of course it doesn't matter if you're not playing a shot, if in the umpire's opinion it might have gone on to hit the stumps. Just have another look at that, and I think there was enough doubt not to give that, but that was a very dangerous leave, and it's a good ball from Lyndon.
Judge that to perfection. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, good player Chris Cook. He's kept very well in this game, but Glamorgan could do with the batting side of his talent right now, and he's very nearly played that little bit of extra bounce from Lyndon James, and very, very close to just clipping the shoulder of the bat, the top portion on its way through to Verena.
He has a bouncy run up to the stumps, doesn't he, Lyndon James?
Real... It's probably unfair to say a breakthrough season, but he was just more and more consistent with bat and ball last year. He really rose to the the very top of the Nottinghamshire performers last year in a number of games. Got his first double 100, a couple of 5-wicket hauls, played key roles in key moments, like latest delivery defended, and along with Liam Patterson-White, a century partnership I think it was at the Oval that just got Notts into the ascendancy, left Surrey too much to do. Of course, Josh Tongue, the last day sort of bowling hero, but what a great partnership from Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White to set it all up. 168 for 5, bowls now and cut away for 4 by Chris Cook. That one was, I don't like the phrase, but I'll use it, that was in his wheelhouse. I don't know if you've heard, more and more commentators seem to keep saying it's in his wheelhouse, but I don't like it. Not really sure I understand the equation of...
no, I was going to ask you, what does it mean? I mean, I can see... It's,
you have it on a ship, don't you? The captain's on the ship, that's where the wheel is, but it's just sort of creeping in. I say it doesn't creep in here, but I've just used it. Won't use it again, sorry. This time is hit straight by Cook, not properly got hold of it, and he'll only get a single because Asiba Mead, as ever, effervescent and bubbly and live wire in the field, gets to it quickly and keeps them to 1.
He lost his sun hat then as well, did Asiba Mead.
Yeah, that's nothing fresh, Rob. If Haskell's running, the hat generally goes off in another direction. 175 for 5. Glamorgan creeping along. This stand now worth 25 from 74. After 3 wickets went down very cheaply, very quickly in the morning, or the early part of the morning, right at the start of the day. Latest delivery left alone. 175 for 5. 1 ball left in the 51st. Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan skipper, out caught Verena bowled Pennington for 19. That was 137 for 3. Then 137 for 4 in the next over. Asa Tribe chopped on, bowled by Brett Hutton for 85, and then 150 for 5. Colin Ingram caught Verena bowled Hutton for 9. James bowls again, and Dixon, I think, flinched at that one without getting a little touch through to the keeper. Got over from Lyndon James. Did go for a boundary, and his figures aren't particularly flattering, but pretty much every delivery looks like it might be a wicket-taking
Well, that
one.
one reared up, didn't it? And Cook was tested that time. I was tested this morning. I checked out of my hotel, got to my car in the car park opposite. Didn't have my keys, so I actually slid my suitcase underneath the car, and I had a bag of a supermarket bag there as well. Put that under the car out of sight, trusting that the good Nottinghamshire public wouldn't touch it while I was gone. Raced back into the hotel, asked them for the keys to my room again, got back in the room, couldn't find the keys. The adrenaline was flowing, as you can imagine.
Now, when did I last have them? Where did I put them?
I'm fearing the worst. And I got back to my car, and they were in the shopping bag.
Josh Tong, 10 overs, 1 for 40 in this innings. Starts his 11th, bowling to Chris Cook, who just jabs at the ball on a line of middle and leg, jabs it down onto the leg side. 175 for 5. So you found them?
I found them. I was able to meet that very nice gentleman in the Notts parking, Notts sports ground parking. And my app worked today. The car parking app worked, so all's well that ends well. At least for me. We'll see about Glamorgan today. 175 for 5 as Josh Tongue comes in. Cook shoulders arms. Straight through to Vereen. And we've mentioned it previously, but it's worth mentioning again. Both Cook and Vereen have given us a real exhibition of wicket keeping in this game, and particularly when both of them are up to the stumps. Vereen's a few yards back, and why wouldn't he be for Josh Tong?
Yeah. Chuck an on the end of his name. Verena.
Oh, Verena, sorry, yeah. Tong bowls, Cook drives firmly through. Well, he's looking to beat mid-off, but Hasib Hamid was equal to it. Plunged on that. And the hat didn't come off either while he plunged. I think he's got sunglasses on top, hasn't he? Holding it, I think.
Yes, he usually has, yes.
There we are. But that was a firmly struck off drive by Chris Cook then. Would have hoped for more reward. But he's still there. He's in Josh Tong. And that time he turned away and it hit his shoulder. He'll try to show no pain. Tong doesn't look back to check. I think Sean Dixon is just walking down the wicket now for a quick chat with Chris Cook. Check he's okay.
Yeah.
He's made of stern stuff though, is the South African.
First time this morning I've noticed Liam Patterson-White just starting to loosen up at slip, the slow left arm spinner. Tell he's the ball polisher, Rob, if you look at his
look at the red
flannels,
mark on his flannels, yeah.
Red smear all the way down the left-hand side of his trousers. His flannels.
As Josh Tongue comes in, and this time Cook, not for the first time this morning, has to bend his knees to avoid a bouncer. I was actually, there's a Glamorgan dressing room man, Roger Skirm, who's known on the football front in Wales as well. I've known him for years and years, and he is the dressing room guy for Glamorgan. And I went into his washroom last weekend, where Nick Webb keeps some of the recording equipment. But Roger, hope you're well. He's a good age now. He was telling me, I was surprised just how old he was, but he's still going strong. And the kit looks spotless as ever.
Going to go round the wicket now, just offering something a little different here. Josh Tong, wonder if he's coming towards the end of his spell with Patterson White getting ready. Look how wide the slips have gone.
They've got a leg slip in now as well, haven't they? So short leg and a leg slip, 2 slips and a point as Cook drives that square and all the way to the boundary through the covers. 4 runs for Chris Cook. The score goes to 179 for 5. Glamorgan. Dixon is on 15. Cook is on 14.
That might,
Shot that.
Might be it for now for Josh Tong, but I'm sure Notts will turn back to him later on in the day if need be. Might, if a wicket or 2 go down, I might have a little go at 9, 10 and 11 and try and mop the tail up. A daunting prospect for lower order batters to face Josh Tong, but for the last half an hour or so, Cook and Dixon have acquitted themselves very well. It is going to be Liam Patterson-White, but he's going to bowl from this end, replacing Lyndon James, who just bowled the 3 overs.
Do you think they've been told, Nottinghamshire, don't over bowl? Does it come down from on high? An England player like that? Okay,
yes,
try and restrict the number of overs he has to bowl.
Yes, I'm sure it'll be being monitored, but also the most effective way to use him is in short, sharp bursts.
Yeah.
It's going to be Liam Patterson-White. We know Ben Slater goes in at short leg for the quicks. It's always Jack Haynes for the spinners, so Haynes is in there now. Patterson-White round the wicket, bowls and just down on one knee, paddling it away. Sean Dixon will only get a single because Tong is down there. Does the fielding, keeps them to 1, and Glamorgan's score goes up to 180 for 5. So Notts will have to be patient this morning, and perhaps might have to settle for just 1 wicket in the morning session. Well, they got 3 in the first 5 overs, so they're effectively, I guess, ahead of the game. Well, they still need 5 wickets to actually win it as Cook pushes this into the offside. Cook and Dixon together. So there's only 8, 9, 10, 11 left. Van der Houten, Crane, Gorvin and Hadley. Patterson-White, 4 wickets in Somerset's second innings last week. Bowled for about 35 overs. This one's defended on the offside. 4 for 175, I think his figures were. Bowled for just about 2 sessions. In again, bowls, and he left it very late before playing that, Chris Cook, but watched it onto the face of the bat, opened it and guided it very deliberately to the unprotected third man area. Knew he wasn't going to run all the way away for 4, but played it into a space where he could comfortably come back for 2.
It's not really been a game for spinners, has it, this one? Mason Crane didn't get much joy out there either.
Don't tell Kieran Carlson that.
Well, yeah, he
great
did get
figures,
the 1 wicket.
great
yes.
figures. As we have another one played in front of square by Cook. His 17th run, 183 for 5. Was it 1 over a wicket maiden for Kieran Carlson?
No,
Did he have a little more?
Yeah.
His first over certainly was a wicket maiden.
It was, yeah. Kieran Carlson, here we are. 2 overs, 1 for 4.
Yeah, that's how to do it, Skip. Patterson-White bowls. Dixon on 16. Goes very deep to drop it on the leg side, end of the over. No alarms there. And this pair just doing what's needed of them. They've got the required target down onto under 300 now at 183 for 5.
Yes, and as Nick Webb reminds me, Glamorgan, token good news as he puts it, Glamorgan have avoided their heaviest defeat by a runs margin. That's 328 against Yorkshire in Swansea in 2001. Grateful for small mercies.
What what have we got at the St Helens ground now then, if we haven't got a cricket ground? Or is there still the... No, there's not cricket there at all, is there?
No, well, it's a real odd thing at St Helens. There are all sorts of shenanigans going on in that... hang on. That sounds like Radio Nottinghamshire about to join you.
No, we could hear BBC Radio Nottingham then for the... a little few seconds. I'm sure there'll be an update in the 1 o'clock news. One or two plugs have needed putting back in somewhere. Here's Lyndon James.
James has changed ends. Forces Cook to play it out on the offside. No run. 183 for 5. There are many who bemoan the lack of use of St Helens, which has got some cricket history, of course, not least with Gary Sobers.
Absolutely.
Malcolm Nash.
Yeah.
As James comes in from the far end, the Stuart Broad end. Cook hung his bat out at that one, went past. Morena took it. No run, no wicket either.
Yeah, it's a real shame that we won't, or it seems we won't ever get a rerun down there, a county championship match of Glamorgan v Notts to really remember and celebrate Sir Garfield.
James bowls, and that was did that come off a pad then, I think?
It's a good stop by Duckett, whatever it came off. It might have been the bat. They're off for rain, or combination of rain and bad light at Canterbury, where Kent are 231 for 5, frustrating Northants. Northants 684 for 2 declared in that match. They bowled Kent out for 178, and they're now being held up. They need 5 more wickets, but got rain down in the Garden of England.
And then James in, bowls. Cook turns that away for a single, just behind square on the leg side. 184 for 5. He goes to 18. The deficit 294. Blue sky above now. There are grey clouds to the left of us. As James comes in again. This time Dixon drives, no run. He's on 16. Cook has just got past him now on 18. He made a slow start, did Chris Cook, but he's warming to this.
Plenty of cloud, but still a bit of blue sky around. I think they said only going to be about 12 or 13 degrees, but crucially it's staying dry.
James in. Dixon took his hand off the bat as he bowled that. No run. 184 for 5.
Notts over rate is well, I was just there as I'm looking at it, reading it to you. It's just changed from 0 to -1. So Liam Patterson-White's introduction as well might just sort that out. Late night watching Rory win the Masters.
Yeah, he joins elite company, doesn't he? Nick Faldo regained the Masters, so did Jack Nicklaus, and of course Tiger Woods. Only 4 men in the golf history have retained the Masters.
There's Master Patterson-White bowling from this end. Bowls a delivery with Chris Cook getting forward to defend it. Another sub on there, the big tall figure of Conor McCurr in the floppy sun hat. Everybody's getting a run out today. I better get me whites on as this is blocked. Back to the bowler.
How many subs you allowed? Replacements you allowed?
We've seen James Hayes. We've got Lyndon James as an official sub. We had Ben Martindale yesterday. We've had Tom Giles run on with a drink, and the pads. Here's a run for Cook. Again, it's been a fruitful scoring area really for this pair. Just opening the face and guiding it towards third. Perhaps at some point Notts might just try and plug it, or maybe they want them to be playing that sort of shot with the open-faced. Patterson White bowls and defended by Sean Dixon. Remains on 16, 185 for 5. Yeah, big Conor McCurt. It's his second season as a full member of the staff. It's defended. He had a loan spell with Notts a couple of seasons or so before that. Only played in the white ball competitions last year for Notts. Final ball of the 55th. Patterson White bowls, and it's defended. Remains 185 for 5. Notts played a few years ago down at the Oval, and they had Morney Morkel and Conor McCurt bowling absolute rockets. And it was the season Craig Brathwaite played for Notts, the West Indian, and they both hit him on the helmet. Interviewed him afterwards because he got a few runs, and that was his debut, so he talked about it. And he says, I can't remember the last time I was hit on the helmet, and Morkel got me at one end and McCurr at the other.
No escape. So Lyndon James from the Stuart Broad end. Swansea Cricket Club, I'm told, from Nick Webb again, have merged with Swansea Civil Service. Hold on. Lyndon James bowls. That's played out into the covers by Chris Cook, who's on 19, no run, 185 for 5. So they've merged with Swansea Civil Service to play at the upgraded ground at Sketty Lane, which will mean very little to you, Dave.
No, it doesn't.
But Sketty is a part of Swansea. So
but on the St Helens grounds, there's now just what, rugby posts?
I think so. I hardly ever go past there now, because as James comes in, and that goes through to Verena for no run, because the Swansea.com stadium, which is my normal port of call in that city, fine city too, is away from that part of Swansea. Sometimes go down to the Mumbles, very nice too. As Lyndon James in from the far end. Again, Chris Cook right behind that. 19 runs in 59 balls for Chris Cook, doing the job at the moment. And after a flurry of wickets, a little bit of stability, but there's still an awkward 20 odd minutes before lunch. As Cook waits for James, he swings that shot for LBW, and he's given out. And Lyndon James strikes. Stability is over, and it's 185 for 6. He tried to pull that around on the leg side, missed it, and the umpire raised the finger. Another blow for Glamorgan. Chris Cook goes for 19. LBW bowled Lyndon James.
I just wonder if that's the first wicket taken by a Nottinghamshire player in first-class cricket as a substitute. There we are, a full sub. Lyndon James getting a wicket. Talked about it being a day for patience. And I was referring when I said it to the Nottinghamshire side. The Nottinghamshire bowlers just got to be patient all day long to, get wickets and just sort of sit in there if you go long periods without a wicket. Be patient. Well, there, Chris Cook seemed to lose his patience because he went hard at a ball that didn't get up high enough to Paul, and Richard Illingworth bang in line. Stuck the finger up. Cook out, batted for an hour and 10 minutes, faced 60 balls, 2 fours. LBW to Lyndon James for 2.
Replay now.
It's out. You just see it over the top on the replay, over the top of Richard Illingworth's head. But Lyndon James, the sub, getting a wicket. Lyndon the sub. Yeah, he didn't get as high as Chris Cook wanted, and he's gone. And man coming to the wicket, we'll see a huge picture of him on the big screens here at Trent Bridge in his Dutch kit, in his Netherlands orange top, Tim van der Hoogten, but he's coming out there to represent Glamorgan, and I'm sure he'll try and represent them to the best of his ability, having begun this match about 4.5 weeks ago or so, it seems, with a wicket with the very first ball of it.
Absolutely.
Doesn't that seem a long time ago?
Hasib Hamid. Well, Van der Hoogten likes to be positive, but it's not really that sort of occasion for that now. Although I suppose if you're going to go down, you may as well go down swinging.
Is that what you'd advocate?
Not
Coach
particularly, no.
Phillips, go out there and have a swing.
That's why I'm not a coach.
There's 2 full sessions left. Go out there and have a swing.
2 full sessions left with only 4 left to bat. It's the big worry.
So what would you be saying to him, Rob? Go out there and
just be positive.
Be a hero.
Watchful. There we are. How about that? Is that keeping my all options open?
Keeping with the Welsh theme, what did Bonnie Tyler sing about heroes?
Oh, yeah.
Got you there. There was one about heroes,
Yeah,
wasn't there?
it was, yeah. Can't remember the next line now. You've got me. There's Lyndon James balls and Van der Hoogten. When he's off the mark, I don't know whether it was where he wanted it to go, just to backward point.
It's only on the BBC's
Something
coverage
at the end of the night it was.
County cricket, you can go from talking about squirrels a little earlier and all sorts of other nonsense.
Actually, keeping the Bonnie Tyler theme, it's more like it's a heartache at the moment. Here all week. Or probably not after today, and some will be very grateful. Lyndon James looking for his 2nd wicket now. Dixon. Oh, and I think
along the ground.
That was along the ground. It was stopped, parried away by, who's that? That's
Jack Haynes.
Jack Haynes at slip. 3rd slip, I think.
Yeah.
But Dixon scurries through for 288 for 6, for a good over from a wicket taken over
from the sub.
Lyndon James, the sub, yeah.
One of the other things we've mentioned this morning, wheelhouse, I said a few overs ago, and Michael Burgess agrees with me. Dave, like you, that is a cricket expression that's not in my wheel brace. Replacements. Would Stone have been on the ground and available, heading for the ground, hoping to see a victory before tea? Get here quick, Mike, get here quick. I don't know, I've not, I must admit, I don't think I've seen Ollie Stone this morning. That's perhaps why they've been liberally using his clothing out there, but yeah, I don't know. I don't honestly know. I'll try and find out whatever we can afterwards. Here's Patterson White bowling and blocked by Van der Hoogten, and good work by the screen operators, because we have got Van der Hoogten on the board. We've often have an abbreviation. In fact, we've actually got Patterson White on in full as bowling. He's very often P White, but he's on in full. 188 for 6. 2nd ball of the overs just run to backward point, no run. Really good morning for Notts, in the sense they've got 4 of the 8 wickets they need today, and the weather set fair. Another block from Van der Hoogten, who Rob would have out there having a bit of a go.
I don't think the rain is going to stop Nottinghamshire today.
Patterson
Is up
White
all night praying.
bowls again, and this is run to backward point, and there's no run. Just on the bonus point situation, by the way, Glamorgan 3 points from the match, Nottinghamshire 4. So if, I only say if Notts were to win, it would be 20 points. This is defended. Of course, if Glamorgan were to win, it would be 19 points. But for Notts, they started last season the first 2 matches with a win and a draw, and will be looking to maintain parity if they can get over the line here. Van der Hoogten plays this to Hamid
Bonnie Tyler update.
188 for 6 at the end of the over.
I need a hero. I'm holding it up for a hero till the end of the night. Here's the best bit. He's got to be strong. He's got to be fast. He's got to be fresh from the fight.
Now, why isn't that used by a team as a theme song for, the 2020s, the blast, when people are walking out to bat? That's great. That's a good one, isn't it?
It is good.
Holding out for a hero.
So a little later, after saying that, till the morning light, he's got to be sure, and it's got to be soon. Correct. He's got to be larger than life. There you go. Thank you, Bonnie. As Lyndon James comes in. Dixon's still there on 18.
BBC might have to pay some royalties now, Rob. That was such a good impression of the great songstress.
It's not one of my karaoke songs, but maybe
it does the job. Yeah,
I'll have to add to my collection. 188 for 6.
It's the shot there of both Slater and Tong in the dugout, just off the field.
As Lyndon James runs in once more from the far end.
Shot.
Straight drive, lovely cover drive by Dixon, who is moving to 22 from 53 deliveries, 192 for 6 now, Glamorgan. And oh, how they must be ruining that Saturday morning where they lost 6 for 32 in their first innings. 113 all out in 48 overs. They've never really recovered. James in. That was down the leg side then. Dixon got a touch on it. Just dribbled away behind him.
Going to get, or seemingly we're going to get a lunch break in 15 minutes. Of course, were it to be crash bang wallop and 3 wickets go down in the next 15 minutes, then we would play on if there were 9 down. Just reflecting back to a first day conversation, actually, Rob.
Yeah, quite. As James bowled good pace on that, which Dixon allowed to go through no run.
Do you remember when you said, I mean, it was sort of flippant, when's this match going to finish then, Dave, do you think? And I said, it'll be a late lunch on day 4. Can you remember me saying that?
We're nearly there.
Well, there was no prediction as to who would win or anything at that stage. Late lunch on day 4, but said that very early on, actually, just flippantly.
As I said, you should have put something on the national, Dave. There's James in, and Dixon pushes that out to the covers.
The only sure bet I'd have got on the national, because I know less than 0 about it, would be that a horse would win. In fact, as it turned out, I don't know if you saw it, I think there was no end of I'll say stray horses, loose horses, that's it, loose horses. Jockeys had fallen off, and I think there were a couple of loose horses actually went over the line first.
They tend to. As James is in, and this time Dixon swings and he's out. Caught at fine leg by Brett Hutton. Well, I don't know how judicious that shot was, but he went for it, did Sean Dixon, and he goes for 22. Caught Hutton, bowled James. James gets another wicket, and this is hastening towards the end for Glamorgan now. They're 192 for 7.
You'll have to be careful, Rob. You won't be getting any lunch. They need to bat for another 10 or 12 minutes or so. 192 for 7. Again, a little bit like Chris Cook, wasn't it? Just couldn't resist against Lyndon. Wasn't content just to defend anymore. He batted for an hour and a half, Sean Dixon. 57 balls, 2 fours, but then he got one that he thought he could pull, like Cook did. Cook missed his and was out LBW. Sean Dixon didn't miss his, but mistimed it, hit it straight to Brett Hutton. Huge pair of buckets for hands, Brett Hutton, and he took it nicely, actually.
He didn't have to move, though, did he, too much?
There was a hint of the Australian take in it, wasn't there, as he caught it, as we welcome back listeners to Sports Extra here at Nottingham, where Notts have just moved another inch closer to winning this game. The defending county champions started with a draw last week. They were certainly under the pump on the first morning of this match when Glamorgan put them in and whipped out the top order very quickly, but not so fought back, and now they're in a position where they need 3 more wickets to win here. We've got about 12 minutes or so to go until the luncheon interval, unless they get 2 more wickets, in which case we extend it. Glamorgan are 192 for 7, having begun day 4, 132 for 2. All their plans were wrecked with losing 3 really big wickets inside the first 5 overs of the day. Really good players. Kieran Carlson for 19, the captain. Asa Tribe, who was just terrific yesterday, for 85, and Colin Ingram for 9. There's Liam Patterson-White to bowl some spin from this end of the ground, bowling to Tim van der Hoogten, who's been out there just a few minutes. He's on 7. I beg your pardon, he's on 1. He's faced 7 balls. Spin of Patterson-White, fielders all around, and at short leg there is Jack Haynes doing the fielding. This morning, the latest in the substitutes trial news is that Notts have had to use their first sub of the season as this is pushed on the offside. Lyndon James into the game as an official replacement for Fergus O'Neill. We're not sure what's happened with the Australian. Saw him out there in the warm-ups. Then saw him chatting to Asiba Mead and coach Peter Moores. Then it was announced that Lyndon James would be an official sub. Patterson-White bowls, Van der Hoogten defends, and Lyndon James into the attack. Just wouldn't you know it, and he's picked up 2 wickets in recent times. Chris Cook LBW for 19, and most recently Sean Dixon caught down at long leg by Hutton for 22. Patterson-White into bowl. This is turn to leg. Fielded by Asiba Mead. 1 ball left in the over, and then more from our Bonnie Tyler impersonator, Rob Phillips. Some great songs there that apply to cricket, as Rob was saying from Bonnie.
It's very much it's a heartache now, isn't it?
End of the over. It's a heartache and holding out for a hero. Just a couple of the, if you weren't with us, just a couple of the tunes that Rob has run by us as being appropriate. 192 for 7.
Yeah, the Swansea songstress. Well, if there's a hero, could it be Mason Crane? Could it be Tim van der Hoogten? It's a very, very tall order. 4 wickets for 60 runs this morning. And it was a bit of a procession early on, losing Carlson and Tribe within 4 deliveries. Was a body blow to Glamorgan's hopes of resistance. And they've struggled to recover really in the face of some high quality fast bowling, accurate, threatening, quick. I've said it before in this game, Nottinghamshire showing why they are champions of Division 1. So Mason Crane taking his time, did score a 50 against Yorkshire in the opening Division 1 encounter. Lyndon James looking for his 3rd wicket. Bowls, Crane pushes that into the onside. There were shouts, but don't think the mid-wicket, I think he was about a yard away or so. It bounced a yard away in front of him. Stopped it though.
Yeah, it's Joe Clark. There were screams of catch, wasn't there? Don't think it quite carried.
It was in the air for a while. For too long for Mason Crane's comfort. So James in again. Crane, that came off the handle, or maybe it looks ruefully down at his pads.
I'm sure Kevin's mentioned it to 5 Sports Extra listeners, but for all our other listeners that have been with us throughout the morning, Sussex have just got over the line again to defeat Warwickshire by 5 wickets. And they started with -12, but have now won back-to-back matches at the start of the season.
As James comes in, Crane gets on top of that one and parries it down, no run.
Defeat for Warwickshire then, and it was a terrific 6th wicket partnership. Jack Leaning 120 not out. Ollie Price, who came from Gloucestershire. Tom Price, I beg your pardon, came from Gloucestershire in the close season, 70 not out to defeat the Bears. So good start for Sussex, and already they've sort of wiped out and advanced well beyond that -12 they began with.
Lyndon James really relishing his task now. Mason Crane straight back to that. 192 for 7. And Nottinghamshire just looking to put the finishing touches to this now. They'd love to get another wicket before lunch.
Well, that's just downright greedy, isn't it? I mean, I said they'd have to be patient this morning, and if they only got 1 wicket in the session, well, so be it. But they've got 5.
Thirsty for more. James comes in. Crane cuts that away through the offside. Through point. It's stopped by Pennington. But Crane has dashed through for 1. So Van der Hoogten on 1. Mason Crane on 1, the leg spinner and the fast bowler.
Pennington started it all this morning. Terrific delivery in his first over to get Kieran Carlson. It was, I don't think, I said at the time, I didn't think Carlson did anything wrong. Just nipped away. All.
As James comes in, quick pace. Verena takes that. Just in front of first slip. No run. 193 for 7.
5 minutes to 1 or thereabouts. So unless a couple of wickets go down, or indeed unless not ask for the extra half an hour and the umpires grant it, we'll probably have 2 overs before lunch. But yeah, just the second over of the morning. Kieran Carlson, who played nicely in between the showers yesterday, caught behind by Carl Verena, but it was the quality of the delivery from Pennington. He went for 19, that was 137 for 3. And the next over, no addition to the total. Asa Tribe, who was 82 not out overnight, he added 3 and then chopped on from the bowling of Brett Hutton. Bowled Hutton 85, 137 for 4. Patterson White will deliver the next delivery in just a moment. He's ready, the slow left-arm spinner from the Radcliffe Road end here at Trent Bridge. Ground bathed in sunshine. This one's defended. The 3rd wicket to go down, all coming in the first 5 overs of the morning. Another one for Hutton, again caught behind by Verena. It was Colin Ingram, just couldn't resist, trying to drive through the offside. Thickish nick through to Verena, out for 9. Next one's pushed gently into the offside, no run. That was 150 for 5. 185 for 6 when Chris Cook couldn't resist against Lyndon James, bowling from the pavilion end, and just kept a whisker low maybe. He was out LBW, playing over the top of it. Next ball is defended, and then Lyndon James on as a sub this morning for Fergus O'Neill, official sub. So James was allowed to bowl, and then he's just got another wicket again. Sean Dixon just couldn't rein himself in, had to go at a short ball and hold out at long leg to Brett Hutton. There's going to be a couple of runs here for Mason Crane, chopping it into the offside, and he'll come back for 2. 195 for 7, Glamorgan. And we are within, I guess, 6 deliveries of lunch. Crane certainly wants to get there. He doesn't want to have to face any more balls. I think he's just taking a fresh guard, scratching away. Umpire Robbie White at this end. Patterson White bowls and played back along the track to the slow left arm spinner. Crane's got company. There's a slip, a short leg, a silly point in there as well. Bowls now and chopped into the offside. That's the end of the over. 195 for 7. Notts might want to scuttle round and try and get 2 overs in. Glamorgan might want to slow things up and make sure there's only time for 1. But either way, Glamorgan are very much hanging by their coattails here, having lost 5 wickets during the morning session, a morning that began at 132 for 2. It's drawing towards a close at 195 for 7, and the Notts seamers have just rotated amongst themselves and picked up crucial wickets just when they needed it. 3 right at the start and 2 more recently.
As Lyndon James bowls to Van der Hoogten, got plenty on that as he turns it away behind square on the leg side. Down to Hutton, 1 run. Glamorgan 196 for 7. Have to disappear next door in a few moments to pass on the bad news to Radio World's listeners. Because it's been a tough morning for them as James comes in. Crane drives that through the cover to mid-off, and Hasib Hamid, who will be very satisfied with proceedings, the Nottinghamshire captain. Gives the ball a rub before returning it to Lyndon James. 196 for 7. That one whistles past over the head of Mason Crane, who just ducked out of the way. It's not been easy for these Glamorgan players. And Yellow Belly Rover is added to Come On Knots. However, it is a heartache for Glamorgan if they lose. Let's say they're on course at the moment. Good cover drive by Mason Crane. Up for 1. 197 for 7 now.
I've just got a late missive from Steve Lamotte, the heritage officer here on the ground. Good to listen to you, Dave and Rob, on home ground again after football commentaries in the winter for you both. The Panthers, local ice hockey team, of course, used to use Holding Out for a Hero as their home tune. If you've got a minute, could you mention the library's open during the luncheon interval? As James comes in and bowls and is defended. If you're listening on the ground, the library at the far end is open, and the link has now shut. Steve, I know there's an exhibition about 1926, 100 years ago, obviously, the Nottinghamshire side of that day in there, and they'd love to see you if you're wandering around the ground during the luncheon interval. If you're listening, that's something to catch up on as Lyndon James comes in and bowls, and that's a nice looking shot by Van der Hookton through mid wicket, and he's going to get a couple of runs, I think. Now they're going to push hard and just round it up nicely on the scoreboard with a third, because that'll be 200 for 7 at lunch. Good morning for Notts. They picked up 5 wickets. Glamorgan 200 for 7. I'm going to hand listeners to Sports Extra back to Kevin Howells, because I know he's got a really wonderful chat with Andrew Hignell coming up about the great and late Hugh Morris. So if anybody wants to catch that fascinating listen with Kevin Howells now, as we hand back to him on 5 Sports Extra. And to everybody else, it's lunch here at Trent Bridge, 200 for 7. And when the players return, we'll bring you the coverage of the afternoon session. Glamorgan need 278 more. Good morning for Notts. Glamorgan 200 for 7. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. I can just spy umpires White and Illingworth making their way back to the middle ahead of what is due to be the 11th session of a prospective 12 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, listeners to Sports Extra 2. To those of you following the pictures on the live stream, those of you listening to us via the BBC Sport website and app, you're very welcome. Dave Bracegirdle and Rob Phillips watching on as the players return to the middle. Nottinghamshire not exactly got a spring in their step with 3 wickets required. They had a really good morning's work, picking up 5 Glamorgan wickets for 68 in the first 2 hours of day 4. For Glamorgan, big blows struck early on, the loss of the wickets of Kieran Carlson, Asa Tribe, Colin Ingram, and then latterly Sean Dixon and Chris Cook, means that it's going to be left to the lower order just to try and stick around and frustrate Notts and see if they can pull off what I think many think is a little bit of a long shot from here on in, last until the very end of the day, and get a draw. We'll find out. We're going to get underway. Brett Hutton's going to bowl. Rob's back from pastures near and far.
I shall miss the lunches here, that's for certain. I put on loads of weight while I'm in Nottinghamshire. So it's Brett Hutton from the near end. 14 overs, 2 for 42, 3 maidens. Glamorgan 200 for 7. Van der Hoogten, the unbeaten batsman, on 5 he faces and pushes that into the onside. No run. Also there, Mason Crane on 4 not out. An unlikely 278 more needed to win. Just talking about what we were talking about, St Helens you asked me about earlier.
Yeah.
I had this email from Mark on Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk. All the best, Rob, describing the WRU, Swansea Council and Ospreys mess at St Helens. I didn't do it very well either. Hutton in. Anna Hookton pushes that to mid-wicket. No run. I think you've done the one about in relation to the term in their wheelhouse. Did you get that one? Used in baseball?
Oh no, no,
right.
I haven't.
Okay,
no,
here we go.
no,
Nicholas Brill. Hold on, Nicholas. Your big moment is coming.
Good stuff, Nicholas.
Brett Hutton runs away from us. Straight bat by Van der Hoogten. It's a term often used in baseball, he says. It refers to the area over home plate, which is the batter's strength, i.e. the area where they're most likely to get the ball in play or hit a home run. And he goes on to say, after this ball from Brett Hutton, immediately after lunch, 200 for 7, Glamorgan, Hutton bowls, and Van der Hoogten gets the first runs after lunch, and he's flicked that away so fine off his legs, it's gone for 4 runs. So Glamorgan moved to 204 for 7. Van der Hoogten moves to 9. And the deficit now just 274. He says, I'm looking forward to my first game of the season this coming Saturday with a friendly between Newport and Cardiff, with the South Wales Premier League season starting on May the 2nd. There's more to come. Hutton into Van der Hoogten again. Straight drive that time. Half stopped at mid-on. It's pushed into another fielder's path. Who's that?
It's Josh Tong.
Yeah.
I mean, he actually stopped it at mid-off, didn't he? He had to go a long way across.
To his captain.
Yeah.
Tim Van der Hoogten has gone to 10 now. 205 for 7. Mason Crane will face Brett Hutton for the first time after lunch. Last ball of the over. Crane, the leg spinner, waits, pushes that down. And Nicholas Brill continues, wishing all umpiring and scoring colleagues in Wales a successful season, hoping Glamorgan can hold up for a draw, but whatever the result, thank you for your excellent coverage over the past 4 days. So thank you very much, Nicholas. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, very kind, Nicholas, and all correspondents. I sort of say don't shoot the messenger a little bit, because there's a lot of people getting irate about the fact that Notts have used a sub this morning, Lyndon James, and he's picked up 2 wickets, and in fact, no, it's going to be Dylan Pennington to bowl. We sort of flip it round, and had Sean Dixon rattled off a match-winning 200 here, we'd be saying, well, it's wrong, isn't it? Because Dixon didn't start the game. It's a trial. It's what they're bringing in, or what they've brought in for this season as a trial. And a lot of people saying these substitutes, it is open to abuse, and it's wrong that Lyndon James has been able to bowl this morning, as Pennington starts his stint after lunch with a ball that Van der Hoekten plays up to mid on. There's no run, 205 for 7.
I mean, if it happens, it happens as far as I can see. I don't think Glamorgan will be... It can make some fans irate, I suppose. I don't think Glamorgan can look to that as their downfall here.
Well, there's a few. Stephen Moss allowing the introduction of a fresh bowler for the final day. County cricket's eaten itself. Think I'll give it a miss this season. Charlie, a Notts fan, get in Lyndon, as Pennington bowls and it's defended. Oliver Jacobs, a fresh bowler, coming in on day 4 to win the match. That's ridiculous. Well, it's a viewpoint, Oliver. I don't necessarily say he's coming to win the match. He's coming to replace an injured player, and that's what it's for. As Ben Kellaway was injured in this match, and he's been replaced by Sean Dixon. Like I say, I'm not defending it, I'm not promoting it, I'm just saying it's here, and we're going to have to get used to it.
Well, I think you're going to have... we will be discussing this throughout this summer, I would suggest, because every substitute makes a big impact. There's going to be an inquest. Pennington
bowls, and Van der Hoekten defends onto the offside. The yellow belly says, come on, Notts, however. And then we've got those, I don't know, the emojis for musical notes. It's a heartache for Glamorgan, after Rob tried to sing it this morning. Tea, as predicted, because he's good with his predictions, is tea. I think this will be polished off before tea time. Well, there's a good chance, mate. You're not exactly sticking your neck out there and giving us 6 lottery winners, are you? Done before tea. Notts require 3 wickets in 2 hours. Pennington striving for the first of them. Bowls and Van der Hoekten defends. Steve Porter, another one on the subs debate. This really doesn't sit well with me. Thank you. Stephen Moss again. How this absurd rule was permitted, I'll never know. Let's go back to the 18th century and allow matches against the 22 gentlemen of Nottinghamshire. Sean Dixon. Stephen Moss again. I see Notts have no match next week, so O'Neill doesn't even have to sit out a game. No doubt the subs would not have been made if he had. It makes a mockery of cricket. Renders the victory hollow in my eyes. Pennington bowls and steered into the offside. Yeah, Stephen's not getting worked up about it at all, is he?
Not at all.
Carlton Pye agreeing with him, though, and Carlton Pye's a local man. Just couldn't agree more with it. This rule is an absolute nonsense. Stephen once more. This actually renders county cricket this year unwatchable. I've suddenly got a free diary, but following what's going on, Stephen, and I hope you'll stick with it, because county cricket, county championship cricket, is unrivaled. It is fantastic. Stick with it, mate. Your team need you, but you're going to have to get used to the subs rule, because they're all at it. 205 for 7. Pennington bowls clipped away past short leg. Slater by Van der Hoekten, and Brett Upton's out there but won't be able to stop it, so a boundary to the Dutch international, who's on 14. 209 for 7, and just quickly, Rob, while they're turning round, another Dave, ex-mod Dave, says
ex-mod.
Hi Dave and team, lovely to have you back for the summer. Lifelong Notts fan living in Worcester, one of the most exciting Nottinghamshire teams I can ever remember. The live stream is like my lifeline. It helps me feel more connected to the club. Thanks to everyone who contributes to getting the live stream and comms working so well. That's Kirsty and Aaron. Big raps for Kirsty and Aaron and all our fabulous camera crew. And Dave ends with, you're all doing incredible work. That's not this particular Dave, St David. It's a different Dave in Worcester. Thank you for that.
209 for 7. Hatton runs away from us. Bowls to Mason Crane. Prods that out to the offside. No run.
Josh, sorry Rob, again just trying to work our way through these just in case the match does wrap up before we mention everybody. Josh says, are people genuinely suggesting that bringing Lyndon James in for Fergus O'Neill would bring some sort of tactical advantage? With all respect to Lyndon, Fergus has been the best bowler in this match. Thanks Josh, thank you. Different perspective on it, appreciate it. We can just hear BBC Radio Nottingham warming up for the 2 o'clock news.
Bowls, yeah.
209 for 7.
Stephen Killick has sent us some commentary phrases that you and I might want to use in the future. Cook is stirring them up. Tongue has a taste for it. Awkward. Crane will give them a lift. Well, that could still happen here. And Shine will be encouraging them to keep the ball polished. Which I suspect you've probably used already, Dave. As Hutton bowls, Crane goes back. No run. What are your views on 8 points for a draw? I say 3 for a draw to encouraging attacking cricket. I think we both agree that maybe 8 is a bit steep. I said 5, I think, for a draw.
It's been 3 and 5, and then people have been saying, well, it makes teams not think it's worth batting out the final day, and they just throw their wickets away and whatever. Yeah. Give them more points for a draw to encourage them to bat out on the final day.
Hutton bowls. Straight through Crane. He's not moved, and the umpire's unmoved as well.
Verena's celebrating his catch and running down to celebrate with the bowler, and now he's put his hands on his head as if he can't believe it. We've not got Snicko, but without it, impossible to tell. But Verena's reaction, and I think if Verena, of all people, would know, because he's about an inch away from the bat of Mason Crane.
He's looking aghast at that,
absolutely.
I mean, I'm sort of guessing through the visor, but Hutton bowls again. Straight drive by Crane. Nice looking shot, that one. Good stop by Josh Tong. He's done that a couple of times, so that was a clean stop.
Yeah, the tumble turn.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't want to go down on his shoulder, does he? That's the problem when you've got big fast bowlers and mid on. A straight drive just to their left or right. Hutton again into Crane. Tries to drive again. This time it skirts off his bat to mid off, and Hasib Hamid has a shy at the stumps as he's tumbling backwards. Actually, the Notts captain. Crane goes through for 1. And it's 210 for 7.
Yeah, smooth passage since lunch for Glamorgan so far. Malcolm, a player who is substituted, can't play for the next 8 days, so luckily for Notts they're not involved in the next round of matches. So Fergus, we don't know what's the matter with him, Malcolm, but we'll try and find out a little later on. There'll be some interviews in the game on BBC Radio Nottingham this evening, assuming the game's done by then. Charlie, Lyndon coming into the side for Fergus O'Neill is a more like-for-like replacement than Dixon replacing Kellaway. Just sour grapes from some of your listeners. Thank you, Charlie. And he also adds, Glamorgan really stuffed this match up on the morning of day 2.
He's not far wrong there.
Pennington to Mason Crane, solidly behind it. The former Hampshire man wearing squad number 3. Don't know how he's ended up with number 3, really, Mason Crane. Unless it's
maybe a figure he's just lucky or something. He feels. Hope so today.
C is the 3rd letter of the alphabet.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's what he's got anyway. Took him 19 overs to get a wicket, didn't it, in Nottinghamshire second innings, and then he got 2 in consecutive overs. 210 for 7. Pennington bowls to Mason Crane, who really sort of arched his back and bobbed down, but he didn't have to. It was banged in short, and I was just looking at Pennington there as if he'd just perhaps jarred his ankle. No, I think he's okay.
So your last contributor says about the sour grapes. What I would say is we talked about, teams having to take more players different at home, but on the road. So are we saying that they've got to have a batsman, a spin bowler and a fast bowler,
a keeper
up there, and a keeper? So 4 added to the squad?
Bennington bowls again, defended on the leg side. You must have a leg spinner. If you've got a leg spinner in your 11, you must have a slow left armer. No, as close as possible. And let's not forget that each team, I mean, they're all in it together, and each team will sanction it. Glamorgan this morning would have, I'm sure, it would have been a courtesy thing first of all for there to be a chat. Look, Fergus has gone down and he's got, I don't know.
What if they say no?
Well, I would imagine then they'll put it to the match referee.
Yeah,
we've got a player who's
would.
been medically ruled out or whatever it is. There's Crane on 5. Again goes to defend. It hit his pad and dropped on the leg side.
It's a bit different if you get a sub in football, isn't it? Or you weren't able to make a sub and the 10 men have to last for, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah.
A little bit different to 10 men lasting a whole day, or maybe in Kellaway's case, 3 and a bit days.
Again, folks, it's a trial, and there are undoubtedly one or two loopholes, and there are a few teething issues, but at the time being, we'll have to get used to it, and at the end of the trial we'll make a decision. As he's had a fiddle at that one, Crane outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. It might be that more are against it than for, and they say that there are too many sides just at the moment taking liberties. We don't want this introduced, or I would think common sense is that we.
Well, you would imagine that every team will have to make a substitution this season. It would be extraordinary for every team to go through a 4-day game without, all season without having to make one substitution at least.
Crane has 5, and this is defended. One thing I would say, and one or two of end of the over, by the way, 210 for 7. One of the two of the correspondents have quite rightly pointed it out. Notts have a bye week next week, and as it is at the moment, the regulations are somebody substituted can't then play again for 8 days. Maybe, just maybe, and again, I don't know, and I'm not backing anybody or whatever. Just maybe it should be. Miss the next game.
Miss the next game, yeah. I always think that makes more sense than time. Because we're not so lucky is that they've got this bye courtesy of the fixture list, which is done a long time ago.
Yeah.
I shall disappear soon to hopefully give an update to Radio Wales as Hutton bowls and Tim Van Hookton plays it back down the pitch, no run.
I'll be doing one for BBC Radio Nottingham as well. I think they're already warbling the tonsils.
I was ignored at 1 o'clock. I felt snubbed, and I'm told it won't happen again. So they want a bonus now at 2 o'clock. Hutton runs away in the sunshine. Bowls. Touch down towards the slips by Van der Hookton, but never a chance at first slip.
Duckett it was at second slip. It was
Second
Duckett.
slip, sorry, yeah.
He sort of didn't. I mean, we have seen fielders there, and I don't know if he'd have been able to get it, but we have seen fielders able to throw themselves forward, propel themselves forward. Had he been able to do that, try and get forward and meet it, in fact, he's come forward a couple of strides there, Ben Duckett, at second slip. I say, in order to catch it, he had to thrown himself a long way forward. Hutton in and bowls.
Tries again. Onside drive this time. Picked up by Tong, who didn't have to go rolling or diving or, is it you say? Dive roll or roll dive? Or
I don't know, tumble turn.
Tumble turn, that's it, yeah.
Here is that previous delivery. I think we're seeing. No, he could have dived forward and forward again. I don't think he'd have got that one well in front of Duckett.
He's a yard in front of the first slip, is Duckett, as Hutton drive, as Hutton bowls to Van der Hookton. Forward defensive out on the offside.
Well, I've just said perhaps they shouldn't miss the next match. Nigel Ashton from the Wirral. Good afternoon, gents. How about this? A player who's replaced by a sub for any reason may not play again for any of that county's next 8 match days.
8? Oh, right. 8
how about
match
that?
days, sorry.
Would that make a difference? 8 match days. Looking forward to being with all the local commentators this season. Here's Hutton. down the leg side, and just wonder if Vereina's got one on the finger end there. I think he has, the Notts wicket keeper. It's had a frustrating couple of overs, Carl Vereina. Might even have got him on the elbow, I don't know. Giving it a bit of a rub. 210 for 7. This morning, Glamorgan losing some of their kingpins very early on. The big three, if you like, or three of the players they would have needed to be at their best to get something from today, all went within the first 5 overs. Carlson, Tribe and Ingram. 2 of the wickets to Brett Hutton, who's in now and bowls. Work to leg by Van der Houten and Lyndon James Fields. 210 for 7. So totally understand people not being totally on board with it, but stick with it, folks. It'll either, I don't know, sort itself out and be more amenable for everybody, or they'll scrap it. But the intentions are good, I think, just to stop my side and your side and everybody's side perhaps having to play 3.5 games, 3.5 days of a 4-day match. A man light because of, you know, an accidental injury or whatever. Pennington with a false start. He roared in about half his run-up and then had to go back and start again. Either he lost his stride or Crane wasn't ready. Here comes Dylan Pennington. Bowles and Crane flashing and flirting with danger. Could so easily have got a nick on that, but didn't. They're off for rain at the Oval, where Surrey 119 for 2 in their second innings. Still trail Leicestershire by 52, but off for rain down there. Sussex defeated Warwickshire earlier on the south coast, and the other Division 1 game at Headingley, Yorkshire 175 for 8, so Hampshire only need 2 more wickets to get over the line there as Pennington bowls, played down into the ground by Crane. Yorkshire, if they were to win, which isn't going to happen, they require 251 more. Raining at Canterbury. If Kent can get out of their match with Northants with a draw, I think they'll be delighted after Northants rattled up nearly 700. Kent following on 231 for 5, still trail by 275, but it's raining. And at Old Trafford, I'm sure if rain doesn't intervene there, there'll be a result. Derbyshire second innings 73 for 4 against Lancashire, needs 65 more. Lancashire needs 6 wickets. Pennington bowls, and again Mason Crane beaten on the outside. Might just have resisted the temptation to have a little fiddle at that one. Didn't get anything on it. Father Jonas asking if we'd had an update on Fergus O'Neill's injury. We haven't, sorry. Not had any news from the dressing room. Pleasant day. Still not particularly warm, but there's a little bit of blue sky around as Dylan Pennington bowls. Oh, it's gone down the legs. Oh, Vereina did really well. As it was going down the leg side and brushed the pad, I was sort of mentally becoming attuned to the fact that that was a certain 4 leg buys, but Vereina brilliantly dived across and just took some pace off it. They got 1 leg by, but he saved 3 runs there. Really good work again by Vereina. He's taken 7 catches in this match. Not made his usual contribution with the bat. There's an update for local radio. Where Nottinghamshire need 3 more wickets to round off their first championship win of the season. Glamorgan 211 for 7. Remember, the visitors have been set a victory target of 478. Nottinghamshire pressing for wickets. Glamorgan 211 for 7. One ball left in the 68th over. Done well well so far. Van der Hoogten is on strike. And that's a glorious shot. That's as good as anything we've seen today, in truth. It invited the push into the offside, but it still had to be executed and really nicely put away by the big, tall, fair-haired bowler. That's a lovely shot through the offside for 4. 215 for 7. New ball would become due in 12 overs.
Yes, cricket, can you take soft sell off, please? Thanks.
There's Brett Hutton in to bowl, and Mason Crane on the strike. Eases this into the offside, and there's no run. Mason Crane batting with 3 slips, short leg. Verena standing up to the stumps. At a backward point. Seba Mead sort of trying to fill 2 fielding positions at once. He's very wideish mid-off, sort of a straightish extra cover. Good take by Verena from this latest delivery. Whips off a bail as well. Asks, well, I'm not sure if he asked umpire Illingworth or not. He just reached down, popped the bail back on. Bad news for Glamorgan is that Josh Tong is just going through his pre-bowl exercises at mid-on. Sent down 4 overs this morning, pretty quick, as you'd expect. Here's Hutton. Balls again. Nicely defended by Mason Crane. This partnership worth 23. They've been together either side of lunch for more than 10 overs. They've really got a long day ahead of them if they're to get some draw points for the side promoted last season, Glamorgan. 61 overs remain after this one's been completed. Here's Hutton in again and bowls, and again Mason Crane defends. Rob back alongside, not over 8 by the way, has now gone to +1. They were -1 just before lunch.
Yeah, stoic resistance at the moment, you have to say, from these two. Van der Hoogten playing the more aggressive shots when the moment arises.
Crane very watchful, looks to get forward and try and drive this one. Hutton takes it on the bounce. Alistair says, Dave, the slips have got to get further forward. Any of the edges that they've got so far have gone to ground. So that's one viewpoint. I think if you're just pushing gently at the ball, it is unlikely it's going to carry to those as deep as they are. But if they flash hard, like Mason Crane did there, if he got anything on that, I think that would probably come through at waist or chest height. End of the over. 215 for 7, Glamorgan here at Trent Bridge. The day began with the visitors on 132, needing 346 more to beat Notts at a rate per over of 3.6, but I think, Rob, once Carlson, Tribe and Ingram had gone in the first 5 overs, any hopes of an unlikely and historic victory evaporated with those 3 players.
Well, Neil Thornycroft on social media to @Rob Phillips here says the difference in this game is that 2 Notts players got runs, 2 Centurions, Jack Haynes and Joe Clark, and but none of Glamorgan's big players did. Still, he says, Colin, I think he means by that Colin Ingram, Colin's bad matches out of the way. And he also adds, there are too many subs in football and especially rugby where it's dangerous. So this subs business is the talk of the day today, as Tong comes into Van der Hoogten and pulls out.
But rugby union, I mean, I don't really watch it, but whenever I do, it just seems in the second half, it's almost like the entire team just suddenly gets replaced. I don't know how many he can bring on, but
there was
extraordinary numbers.
One game in the Six Nations where Wales removed their best player after about 5 minutes into the second half. As tongue bowls now, that goes past the outside edge of Tim van der Hoogten. I think he just had to acknowledge that was too good. On email, pronounced Robin Dave. That's good afternoon, Dave.
I knew that.
Thank you for commentary in the stream this week. Having just heard the great chalker, Dr. Hignell, I know that the late Hugh Morris would be pleased with the progress made by Glamorgan. Andrew Hignell was on Sport Extra during the lunch break as tongue bowls to Van der Hoogten, who clips that through mid-wicket. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. It's going to get a long way close to it, but picked up by the...
I don't know what's the more leisurely, Pennington chasing after the ball or the two batters exchanging ends twice. They could comfortably have gone a little quicker and got three, and Pennington could have, I guess, stretched his legs a little bit, but they were always going to get at least two.
He wants to conserve it for the real business. Yeah. So he says Hugh Morris would be pleased with the progress made by Glamorgan. I think he means this season rather than in this game, as tongue balls and Van der Hoogten just pushes that into the onside. That's Duncan in Kent, who's a distant relative of Alan Wynne Evans. And a neutral thought from a Hampshire fan. I don't have any problem at all with subs in principle. In the game between Yorkshire and Hampshire, the Yorkies have had 2 subs so far because the players have a bit of a bug. The one change I'd make, though, would be rather than an enforced 8 days out, as Tom comes in again, and Van der Hoogten plays that out through the covers, no run. I'd make it enforced missing for the next 2 games. That would make teams think very hard before bringing on a sub. That's Jason in Cambridge.
Yes, and then the physios and everybody that sort of monitors their fitness and whatever would say, well, effectively what you're doing there is you're forcing the players to play with an injury because they won't want to miss 2 matches. I'm just trying to see it from all sides. That's what they say.
Tongue, and it's pulled this time by Van der Hoogten. He's got everything on that, and you can hear the ball hit the advertising hoardings below us. Down at fine leg. That's 4 more runs. Tim van der Hoogten moves to 24, 221 for 7.
Sam Marshall just asking on, or just querying the last day overs allocation. Sam from nearby Beeston. There are 96 overs remaining in the day, but we must get 16 in the last hour at least.
Tongue balls. Van der Hoogten pushes that down through fine leg as well, but there's a fielder down there, which is and the ball is with Verena. 222 for 7 now. Van der Hoogten has moved to 25.
So right now, with the score on 222 for 7, it says to bowl or overs effectively remaining in the day is 60. Well, assuming we're still going that far, once we get down to 16 overs remaining in the day, effectively in the match, the umpires will signal to everybody, tap their watch, to say we're starting the last hour, and in the last hour there must be at least 16 overs bowled. But as we sometimes see, when sides are desperate to get a wicket and they've got 2 spinners on, they can get 17, 18, 19 or so overs bowled. It must be 96 overs, unless of course they shake hands on a draw or the match finishes earlier.
Well, shake hands now then, Joey.
Well, they might want to. It's all about little ducks here, isn't it? Because Liam Patterson-White, with 2 little ducks on his back, number 22 is coming on to bowl, and the total is 3 little ducks, or double Nelson. 2-2-2, the Richie Benno. 2-2-2 for 7, Glamorgan. Just had to wait for Jack Haynes to go and get a protective helmet, because he's back in there again at short leg. So slow left arm spin from this, the Ratcliffe Road end here at Trent Bridge, with Patterson-White bowling to Van der Hoogten, and gets that front leg, big long legs moving, gets the leg a long way down the track and just pads that one away. And we have a dot from the first ball of the over, the 71st of the innings. Patterson-White bowls again, and steers this into the offside. His flannels, as we've alluded to already today, absolutely smeared in red where He's been working hard on the ball. He's sort of the designated Nottinghamshire ball polisher. Always likes to keep a good shine on one side. He comes in again, third ball of the over, whipped away, but straight to Jack Haynes at short leg on the bounce, and there's no run. Crowd just quiet in this post-lunch lull, waiting for something just to get them a little excited. Still plenty of Glamorgan spectators here. There's been a good following over the weekend, and they've been very welcome, as this is down the leg side, and there's going to be something. Might be leg buys. Just have a little look at Robbie White. Yes, he reached forward to defend it, but the ball turned a little bit down the leg and brushed his pad and ran away for a leg buy. So Glamorgan off double Nelson, and it's 2-2-3 for 7. 255 more for a historic victory. Next delivery turned away, and there'll be another single on the leg side. 2-2-4 for 7. Patterson White being miserly, but as yet he's not been able to find the magic wicket taking delivery. He's none for 8, and he's got one ball left in his 6th over.
Ben Slater is a brave man there, isn't he? Very silly mid-off.
Very, very close. Bowls now, and nicely defended by Van der Hoekten. End of another over, another one ticked off. 59 gone, but above that it says overs 71. Remember, when 80 overs have been bowled, Nottinghamshire will have the option to take a second new ball if they wish.
We've got a family listening. Graham Brill from Merthyr has been in touch on Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk. You've had a contribution from my son Nicholas, who's an umpire in the Premier League. We're talking about St Helens. He said, if the Ospreys are not one of the 3 regions that survive this Welsh Rugby Union, they're on about cutting the regions down from 4 to 3. If the Ospreys don't survive, the only loser will be Swansea Cricket Club, moved out of St Helens for what could be no reason. Their new ground has a hybrid pitch installed as things are not progressing. As Tom comes in and Crane plays it back down the pitch, their new ground has a hybrid pitch installed as things are not progressing as planned at the former Swansea Civil Service ground. So there's a fair bit of discontent all round with the Welsh Rugby Union, not for the first time.
Nobody's happy. We're not happy with with the subs. We're not happy with the use of St Helens.
No, it's a lovely day though. Unless you're Crane facing Tong, and jabs his bat down on that. Plays it out to point. Fielded by, that's Lyndon James there, isn't he? He's the...
You know that's Lyndon James because he's wearing Ollie Stone's jumper.
Yeah. Of course I'd know that, wouldn't I?
It's obvious.
I mean, it's obvious, yeah. What are you thinking of, Rob? 224 for 7. There are worse ways to spend your spring afternoon. Tongue balls, Crane, ooh, just got out of the way of that. That went across him. He looks up at Tong, as who came fairly close in his follow through. And now Crane goes a long way down the pitch to tap an imaginary place. A good halfway down. I don't think it was quite that short.
Very fortunate to have had such a nice day. They're off for rain at Canterbury in the Kent match and at the Oval for the Surrey match.
Just tongue into Crane again. This time it goes flying past him down his leg side. No need to touch that, and he didn't. He's still there on 6, and he's faced 42 deliveries, and Tim Van der Hoekten has faced 47, so these two are doing their bit.
Yes, just Andy Galvin, who came in the first innings as a night watchman very early on, and Ryan Hadley to follow.
Tongue balls, Crane clips that through the onside, picked up at mid-on, no run, plenty of meat on there though. And 1 or 2 confused by our scoreboard. It says balls remaining 43. I think that means, as somebody said, that would be great for Glammy, but it seems a little bit off. As Tong comes in, Crane. Oh, that was well done the leg side. No need to go for that.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
That's wishful thinking, I'd say. Is there a Welshman on the stream?
That's 42, so that's 7 overs. It's not even the. Second new ball, because that's 8 overs away. 2 umpires are chatting. No doubt, nothing to do with matters of state. Umpire Robbie White just takes the cap from Liam Patterson-White, gives him something. What was that? No, it was his glasses, sunglasses as well, I think. And Patterson-White still wicketless, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. He's going to be bowling to Tim van der Hugten with close to the wicket field, and strikes him on the pad. Asking and given. LBW decision there, and Patterson-White gets his first wicket, and there is the first Nottinghamshire breakthrough after lunch. Van der Hugten's played very well indeed for his 25, but now has to go. I just wondered if the umpire was just getting a little bit angsty about the number of times that he was just pushing forward with the pad towards the ball, and on that occasion Patterson-White with a real throaty roar, and the umpire sent him on his way. The Dutch international batted for exactly an hour, faced 48 balls and hit 4 fours, and yes, I think he's been beaten there simply by playing down the wrong line.
He did,
and hit him in front. Well bowled, Liam Patterson-White. 224 for 8. Now Glamorgan, and Nottinghamshire obviously 2 wickets away from winning the match. Will it be Gorvin? Will it be Hadley? We await the emergence from down below us. Of course, all the players, if you weren't aware, getting changed using the facilities at this end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end, with the famous old pavilion here, not in use. Well, it's been redeveloped all of last season and so far this. It's Andy Gorvin on his way out to the middle. He was the night watchman in the first innings, hung around until the next morning. Was that yesterday morning or Saturday morning? I can't. Saturday morning. Yeah. But then Pennington got him. He made a duck, a long duck. I think it was 25 deliveries, but showed good techers, as the youngsters say, good technique to get through the first evening very well indeed, and he did his job. Can he hang around for even longer this time?
So do you think if the great Edward Bevan was here now, he'd use one of his famous phrases, start the bus? 224 for 8. Nottinghamshire just need 2 more wickets to win this game.
It'd certainly be odds on, wouldn't they, at this stage? Here's Patterson-White then to bowl, and just got the line wrong here. Almost the back of Gorvin's pads drifting down the leg side. Just trickled away to Josh Tong. I don't know if Tong's going to continue, but I don't think anybody will particularly fancy being down at this end to face Tong of the last couple, as the next delivery is defended. Of course, Mason Crane played out Tong maiden in the last over. .224 for 8. As Patterson-White bowls and it's defended. Steve Crawley says, we've had enough chat about subs. Let's have something more interesting. More on hybrid pitches, please. Thank you, Steve. I think we battered away 1 or 2 queries about hybrid pitches earlier in the match, as Mason Crane, beg your pardon, Andy Gorvin eases this into the offside, no run. What have we got? 1 ball left in this over here at Trent Bridge. The workers and the building site at the far end making a little bit more noise this afternoon than they were this morning. 224 for 8, and this is pushed back to Patterson-White at the end of the over. Another maiden to him. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8. There are 57 overs left in the day. and Glamorgan are a long way away from a victory target. They're a long way away from securing a draw. 224 for 8, and it is going to be a little more from Josh Tong.
He's already in position. He's didn't waste any time. He was next to the square leg umpire and handed his jumper as soon as Patterson White's over was completed. Put in 1 or 2 in the depths. Hutton's gone out to deep mid wicket. There's a fine third man as well, as Crane just gets that past the batsman, past the fielder at short mid on, silly mid on, square leg, short square leg.
Single.
He's only what, 2 yards away from the bat. Yeah. 224 for 8.
Single first ball of the over. Not entirely sure how grateful Andy Gorvin is for that single being taken.
Probably not overly impressed.
You face Josh Tong.
Ben Slater waits about 4 yards from the bat as Tong bowls, and it's played in his direction, but just a yard or so to his left. It's a brave man who stands there, but he will be full of expectation that there's a catch coming his way soon.
Yeah, he's taken some blinders there over the years.
So the change in the field again.
Again, a leg slip.
Jack Haynes goes to... It's like a short backward square leg, isn't it? So they've got 2 within 5-6 yards on the leg side. They've got a leg slip in as well, and they're moving a mid-off into position. So 2 wait for that jab into the onside. Gorvin jabs it down on the offside. In comes the captain, Hamid, from point. Back.
Something along the lines of, what are you trying to do? Get him in the ribs? I think that's exactly what he's trying to do.
Tong runs in again. Gorvin waits. Oop. That one went over his head, that one. I think he just swayed out of the way. Rather him than me at the moment. Taking guard, I have to say.
Imagine Notts will go like this for the next 6 overs and then take the second new ball with Hutton and Pennington. Could all end very quickly, of course, just 2 wickets needed.
Tong is now coming around the wicket. Suggests more aerial stuff. Bowls. Gorvin, with all the men on the leg side, he still finds a little gap past the 2 neighbours for him, and it goes drop through for 1, and he will be quite happy, I think, preferring to face Liam Patterson White if it is indeed Patterson White for another over, and why wouldn't it be, because he's got a wicket. 1 for 8 from his 7 overs, bowled really well. Hasn't been a lot of turners there in the game, but this is a 4th day pitch.
So Notts looking to begin the season as they did last year. A win and a draw from their first 2 matches. Drew down at Taunton last week with Somerset. As Patterson White bowls and Gorvin drops this on the leg side. And there's no run. Corvin has faced 11 balls. Patterson White to bowl to him. This ball is pushed up to Pennington at mid-off, and there's no run. So Glamorgan skipper Kieran Carlson winning the toss on that first morning, Friday morning, stuck knots in, and Glamorgan were all over the champions. It's defended here onto the offside from literally the very first ball of the match, which saw Tim van der Hoekten remove a couple of Asiba Mead stumps. The not skipper out for naught, first ball of the match. Patterson White bowls, and again it's nicely defended, and by lunch Notts were 5 down within 2 overs after lunch. On that first day Notts were 103 for 6, but then a century from Jack Haynes, 59 from Fergus O'Neill, got Notts scrambling up to 279. Just wondered how good a score that would be. Well, it looked a massive score when Glamorgan fell for just 113. There's another LBW shout, and this time it's going to be turned down by umpire White. So Notts a first innings lead of 166. They had another centurion in their second innings, Joe Clark. Notts batting on until half an hour into yesterday morning. 311 for 9. We had a long stoppage for rain yesterday, but either side of that, Notts picked up 2 wickets yesterday. Patterson White bowls. This is turned to mid-on, fielded by Hutton, which left Notts requiring 8 wickets today, and they got, as I say, 3. All wickets count the same, of course, but 3 of the really important ones in Carlson, Tribe and Ingram within the first 5 overs of today. And I think most observers would, from that point on, judge Notts to be overwhelming favourites to go on and win, which may and probably will still happen, but they still need 2 more wickets, and you never know.
Well, as you said, Dave, the batting engine room of Carlson, Tribe and Ingram went within 13 runs and not many deliveries. Carlson and Tribe just 4 deliveries from each other, and that was a hammer blow to any hopes that Glamorgan might have had of surviving the day, or even much more unlikely, an astonishing run chase.
Was impressed with van der Hoekten whenever he's bowled in this game, and was very impressed with Asa Tribe. His second innings batting performance. They're the big pluses for Glamorgan for me.
Crane faces tongue, clips that past those 2 fielders on the close in on the onside, gets away from the from that end, takes a single. 227 for 8. Andy Gorvin still to get off the mark, but he's been there 16 deliveries.
He faced 25 deliveries in the first innings, didn't he? So he's faced over 40 deliveries yet to score.
As Tong comes in,
there you go.
Gets off the mark now, squirts it away through the covers on the offside, gently collected by Hasib Hamid. The score goes up to 228 for 8 now. 250 more runs to win.
Yeah. Scored his first run off a 42nd ball he's faced in this match.
Worth waiting for.
He'll probably score his next one off the next one he faces.
Crane now faces Josh Tong. Tong comes in from the far end. Punch drive, square. Hasib Hamid, sometimes the ball follows him around, it appears.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets to choose where he plays himself and fields himself, and obviously knows how to keep warm. But he will be thoroughly enjoying this. Brian, there's not too much more resistance.
Yes, he's missed out in this game, Hamid. Norton 2.
Team comes first. Tong balls. Crane right behind that. That's a nice push drive. Don't think it's going to get to the boundary. It's one of the longest boundaries there. And it was picked up by Dylan Pennington, who, not for the first time, Doesn't charge towards on his fielding duties like he does when he's got the ball in hand, bowling from the far end. 230 for 8. Crane on 10, Gorvin on 1. The building work still going on the far pavilion. Tongue bowls, Crane gets his bat high, prods it down to a few yards on the offside. There are plenty of action to enjoy, but I have to say I've been really impressed with their work ethic. Those builders who are completing the top levels now of the pavilion, hopefully by the end of June when New Zealand are here at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, they're not cricket fans,
I
are
would have
they?
been very tempted to at least watch a few overs. As Tongue faces balls to Crane, clips that down towards, yeah, well, you've guessed it, Hasim Hamid. And there's no run, 230 for 8.
Tom Giles is on the field as a substitute fielder for Notts, number 48 out there. Certainly rotated most members of the staff through this game as well, as having now an official substitute. Shan't start that, shan't prod that bear anymore.
I was going to say maybe you could get in the act, Dave, and have a substitute now and then.
A sub for me.
Sub for you. It wouldn't be the same, of course.
230 for 8. Just seems like we're just waiting for the time that second new ball becomes due and what effect, if any, that has. Assuming it's taken. Here's Patterson White bowling to Andy Gorvin. Defensive block on the offside. This is the 77th over. Just Ryan Hadley to come. May well come down to Ryan Hadley versus Notts. Patterson White is going to go over the wicket now. He's been bowling round the wicket to both of these, but he's going to go over the wicket now to Andy Gorvin. Haynes was on the leg side, close in, has come into position on the offside. Slater's at short leg. Duckett's at slip. Lyndon James now going in at leg slip, so 4 of them, plus the keeper. And must have pitched outside leg because it's just kicked away by Andy Gorvin. Been around long enough to know how to play that one. Or rather not play it. If you don't have to play it, then don't. There's Patterson White. Can I get this pitching in line? Oh, and it's an extraordinary ball. He's bowled it, and it's gone down the leg side, or behind the legs of Andy Gorvin, and spun so much that it's taken cleanly by Ben Duckett at slip. That's extraordinary. There's Patterson White in again, bowls and defended by Gorvin. He's bowled a ball that's missed leg stump and spun sharp. It might have hit a foot mark, of course, but it's flown straight into the hands of Duckett at slip.
That could have been Calcutta, couldn't it?
Extraordinary stuff. 230 for 8. Next ball is again just kicked away by Gorvin. Leans forward, lets the ball strike his pad and run away to safety. Decent number of people here on the last day of the match. This one's hit almost back towards Patterson White, and we know his trousers are smeared in red, and now his shirt and shoulders and back are all dusty and sandy brown and grey because he had to throw himself towards that one. It very nearly reached him for a caught and bowl, and he flung himself on that cut wicket just off the one we're playing on. It's a good attempt to get a caught and bowl. End of the over, 230 for 8. Patterson White 9 overs, 1 for 8.
Yeah, he made a decent enough attempt for that. Patterson White had to move quite a distance to get anywhere near it, and the ball died on him when he got there. But that was a decent over. In fact, he's bowled really well. 1 for 8 from 9 overs, 5 maidens in that. Glamorgan under pressure. You might think the spinner is a bit of a relief, but Not the case at all. He's been really accurate.
Back on playing at the Oval, Surrey still 2 down, 146 for 2. Nearly wiped out their deficit against Leicestershire.
As Mason Crane waits for the approaching Josh Tong from the far end. Crane taps that down to behind point for no run.
Yorkshire's last pair are at the crease now. They're 210 for 9 against Hampshire. They require 216 more to win. It actually says on the BBC Sport website they're not going to get that. 6 for 21 for Kyle Abbott for Hampshire.
Tong bowls to Crane again. Straight bat. Tong kicks that away. Crane thinks about running on that, but thinks better of it. Yeah, Yorkshire. They got the fewer points from the draw last week in Cardiff as well. Just the 2 points, I think, if I remember rightly, they had last week.
Of course, Hampshire were heavily beaten at home by Essex. Essex then have gone and lost to Somerset in this round of matches.
So Glamorgan won't be bottom tonight. Tong balls, Crane fends it down to backward point.
Glamorgan won't go down.
You don't think?
No.
So that was 14:39 on April the, 11th today? 13th today.
I've done my bit for Glamorgan because in my pre-season previews, I think for the last 4 years, I've said Glamorgan will get promotion. Eventually, I was right.
Hope you're spot on this time. Tong balls to Crane down the leg side. Rayner gets it. At the second attempt, rolled away from him. Actually, he was impeded by the diving slip. Is that the much talked about Lyndon James?
Yeah.
I think it is. And they're just discussing what happened there. I think he's just pleading his innocence. Carverina not happy. Tong balls, Crane fends it down to mid-on.
Of course, I've just been reminded of an ironical thing concerning Lyndon James here. Of course, he played in the side last week at Taunton, a member of the four-pronged bowling unit for Notts, and he didn't take a wicket. So he played in the match and didn't get a wicket. In the match here, where he's not playing, he's taken 2.
Super sub. Tong in from the far end. Crane, lovely cover drive that. He'll be happy with that. I don't think he's going to get 4. Is he? Oh, no, I think Hasib Hamid has maybe. He has. He slid into the boundary rope and has knocked the ball over. When he looked as if he was just going to cut it off in the shadow of the fridge. Stand there and 4 runs. Again, you can't keep Hasib Hamid out of the action.
I don't think the outfield's wet, but it's almost like he aquaplaned into the ball and kicked it into the rope.
Yeah. Crane moves to 14, waits again. This time it's down the leg side. This time Rayner, without impediment, collects as you'd expect.
Of course, you say something and immediately there's this sort of question from Mark Jenkins. Thanks, Mark. I know I brought it on myself. So, you think we'll stay up, Dave? Batting and bowling good enough?
I gotta say, I don't see too much wrong with the bowling at the moment.
I think it's the
thought was that they were maybe a seamer short, but I've got to say, I think Ryan Hadley has acquitted himself pretty well.
Yeah.
So he's got a bit. He's probably the quickest of the Glamorgan bowlers now, by what I've seen.
I think it's the I don't know, the team ethic, the fact you had a good year last year and we're used to winning games of cricket. Here's Liam Patterson-White bowling to Andy Gorvin, who defends this first ball of the over, and there's no run. Tribe, Carlson and Ingram might have gone very quickly following each other back today, but they're going to get masses of runs. So too Eddie Byram, I'm sure, at the top of the order. This is defended. And of course, in order to stay up, you only need 2 sides below them. And I think there'll be 2 sides that finish below you, but we'll have to see. 236 for 8. Liam Patterson-White bowls once more, and Gorvin defends.
Well, at the moment, the bottom 2 sides are Leicestershire and Hampshire. And Glamorgan are down in Hampshire. In a couple of weeks' time, I'll be down there for that.
Patterson-White bowls once more, tickled behind square on the leg side. Josh Tong fields. Mead is in a catching position now. It's short mid-wicket. Pennington's loosening up. This is the 79th. So too Brett Hutton, it has to be said. Just noticed him. So they're both going through their stretching and bending. So it is for Notts just a case, I think, of getting through these next 8 deliveries. Patterson-White bowls now and reaching forward. Andy Gorvin solidly behind it. Textbook defence. It'll be all right if they're all there and he can defend them all like that. It's just the one that might do something just a little out of kilter from the others, a little different. But this may be Patterson-White's last ball, certainly for a while. And he bowls it now. A little quicker, pushed it through, defended by Gorvin. That's the end of the 79th over. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Liam Patterson-White, as he's collecting his cap now, can look forward to spending the next few overs and the next 20 minutes
51
at least.
overs, I think, is the phrase you're looking for there,
slip.
Dave.
At slip. Got another sub coming. Who's that come on with Brett Hutton's spare jersey? Might be Conor McCurr again. He's gone on at mid-on. Oh, we're going to get Ben Slater having a bowl here. This is not a drill, ladies and gentlemen. Ben Slater is going to have a bowl. Crikey.
What does he bowl then?
Yes.
Is that a good question?
No, he bowls. He bowls very gentle off spin, and I've got to be careful because in the past he's jokingly taken exception to some of my comments about his bowling. But he has picked up 3 or 4 wickets for Nottinghamshire. Partnership breaker to bowl the 80th over. Here's Slater with his gentle off spin.
Here he is, and Crane faces and swipes that straight away. It was a full toss, and he got the treatment. Straight drive for 4 runs. Took one hand off the bat then as well. Mason Crane did that one-handed. So
yeah, I'd love to have him on the other end of the line right now. Is it doing anything, Ben?
240 for 8.
He'll give me stick. He always does.
And now there's a fielder posted down there at and Crane tries to dissect the 2 offside boundary riders, but doesn't get enough on it this time. Just the one. 241 for 8.
Yes, it means Glamorgan are past halfway. Only 237 more required now.
Ben Slater now going over the wicket to Andy Gorvin. Subtle change of plan.
Got to mention he is bowling in his sunglasses as well.
Slip either side. Gorvin drives that down to mid-on. That was a theatrical take.
Can't see who that is.
No.
Can't see who
Is
that is.
Tong in a different hat?
No.
No.
It's Tong at mid-off.
Slater bowls. Gorvin cuts. And straight to the fielder in the deep. 1 run, 242 for 8.
Might be Joe Pocklington.
Slater in again. Gorvin straight back to the bowler this time. Ben Slater kicks a bit of the turf as he walks back towards his mark, no more than 2-3 yards away. A couple of strides in now. Gorvin waits, Crane waits, and clips it to mid-on. No run. Slater, first over, goes for 6 runs. Glamorgan 242 for 8. Needing another 236 runs to win or to survive 50 overs.
Captain Hamid just walking over to umpire Robbie White. Brett Hutton's just come back on the field holding the old ball. Oh, there goes the old ball. The old ball, it's just been thrown off, and the new one is produced from the umpire's pocket. Waved to the scorers who acknowledge, and then handed to Brett Hutton. So this is, I guess, what the last 20 minutes have been sort of all gearing towards, not taking of the second new ball, just to see if maybe that can just produce extra little bit of movement or bounce, and can dislodge these last 2 wickets in reasonably quick succession. Hutton with a couple of wickets this morning. Ben Slater's over went for 6. Doubt we'll be seeing Ben Slater bowling again. Full stop at the end of that. 42 for 8.
Does he have your email address?
He does. His first wicket actually went down as a stumping. It was against Derbyshire about 4 years ago, and I think it's Alex Thompson, and he came that far down. I put it down as a run out and tweeted it as a run out, which just
Freddie Jones has been back in touch on at Rob Phillips here. Afternoon, chaps. No showers in the Mumbles to report today, so the Glammy boys will have to stick in there for the rest of the day.
Yes, Hutton. No showers in the Mumbles. Bowls to Andy Gorvin, who defends out onto the offside of Mead Fields.
Unaided by the April rain, he says. No, you're right, Freddie. There's no sign of rain here. And they might have desired it for a while.
Yes, there was certainly a lot of rain about yesterday. 10-3. Tea would be at 20-4 if there's still a couple of wickets intact. This is wide of the off stump, goes through to Verena. You'd imagine Hutton and Pennington really will be fancying this little passage of play. I guess it's every new ball bowler's dream, really, to be in this sort of situation with 9 and 10 there and 11 to come.
Jack to come, yeah.
Bowls and wide of the pegs taken by Verena, low down, no run. Brett Hutton didn't play last week. In fact, it was an interesting story last week because just before the game at Taunton, he took delivery of a new pair of bowling boots. I don't know if these are them or not. Mentioned at the time last week, and was told in no uncertain terms that they weren't white enough. They didn't meet the criteria, so I had to get the pot of paint out and whiten them as Hutton bowls, and it turns or moves away off the seam, away from Gorvin and through to the keeper. Have to be at least 70% white to be within the guidelines in the county championship, and the other ones had some very flashy manufacturers' logos on the heel and the back portion, so we had to get the white spray can out and paint them. As I say, I don't know if these are them or not. As Hutton bowls to Andy Gorvin, remains on 2, rock solid in defence. He's faced 36 balls now in this innings.
I'm struggling to see why the colour of the boots would make a massive difference to anything, but maybe I'm missing something.
I think just before COVID we had a season or two where they were wearing all sorts, fluorescent orange and all sorts. You've only got to look at a T20 match, and see all the different coloured boots and all the rest of it as Hutton bowls, and once more it's defended, and that's one of the regulations I sort of approved of the authorities making. Just had to sort of come out with some sort of guidelines, and for whatever reason 70% was the one that was settled on for the county championship, where you wear white clothing, your footwear must be at least 70% white. Now who can measure what is exactly 70%, I don't know, but those proposed to wear at Taunton, where
The umpire obviously had good eyes.
yeah, I think it was.
Or the match referee, maybe.
I think it was the match referee that they showed them to, and as I say, it was soon remedied. 242 for 8. It's going to be Pennington. Just got the 1 wicket in this innings, but very much at the front and centre of being the ball of the innings to get rid of Carlson. It was a beauty.
Here he comes again then. Start his new session with the new ball. And Crane has clipped that over the top of the slips. 2-3 of them went up, but it's gone down for 4. That's what can happen with the new ball. It flies off the edge of the bat, and sometimes you get lucky and it goes straight into a hand, but that time Mason Crane got lucky, taking him up to 23, 246 for 8.
I think he did get lucky in real time. I thought he deliberately played it up and over. Just seeing the replay there, I think it was an involuntary shot.
Hung the bat out and it went for 4.
It was just a little lucky that it was a vertical takeoff and lander.
Pennington in again. This time it's forced out through the offside. Asiba Mead collects. Crane gets off the strike for 1. Goes to 24, 247 for 8.
Yes, first time in decades. Just sort of thought they were the old Harrier jump jet. I don't know if you ever saw one of those. They call those the vertical takeoff and landers, don't they? Just jumped in, could go straight up, and obviously come straight down, sort of hover like a helicopter.
Pennington gathers speed as Gorvin lets that go by his well above off stump. In a few minutes time I'll disappear off to Radio Wales. When an hour ago or so I was wondering whether I'd get there for a 3 o'clock bulletin, but it seems I will. This pair have been in just about an hour or so now. They could get to tea, you just never know. Being very optimistic. Pennington with the new ball though. Gorvin straight bat on that one. Falls back to the bowler.
Well, it's a 96 over day, and in 2 more deliveries they'll be halfway there. 48 overs gone in the day, 48 to go.
A big ask, as the former Wales rugby coach Graham Henry was fond of saying. So Pennington, probably the longest run-up of any bowler in this game. Bowls. That one went past the outside edge of Andy Gorvin, who played a straight bat at it. Got the slips interested then.
We have another result. Hampshire have defeated Yorkshire at Headingley by 214 runs. So that's a walloping. As I said, Hampshire were well beaten by Essex last week. Essex beaten by Somerset this week. So Division 1, the only remaining games we've got are here at Trent Bridge and at the Oval, where Surrey have lost a 3rd wicket. They're 177 for 3 against Leicestershire, leading by 6.
Pennington bowls again. Gorvin shoulders arms, goes straight through. Yorkshire obviously need Harry Brook and Joe Root. Joe Root is going to be playing 3 championship games. Sussex on April the 24th, that's next week. Somerset and then Surrey. And Harry Brook is sitting out April. He'll return in May against Warwickshire and Surrey.
They're close to a finish one way or another at Old Trafford, where Derbyshire are now 108 for 9 against Lancashire. They need 30 more to win. Obviously Lancashire hoping to polish off the last wicket there for a win. All the updates, scores, etc. Links to the commentary on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. 247 for 8 as Brett Hutton comes in to bowl to Mason Crane, who's on 24. Steers this to backward point forcefully along the ground. Fielded by Lyndon James. seem to have got BBC Radio Nottingham with us nice and early, music in our ears. Mark Jenkins says, Dave, back in the 70s my dad took me to see the West Indies play Glamorgan at St Helens. On a beautifully hot summer's day I took a sip out of my can of Coke only to scream out loudly when I felt a wasp in my mouth. Hutton bowls, turn to leg for at least one. It will be just one for Mason Crane. 25 to Crane. 248 for 8. So Mark had a sup of his can of drink, let out a loud scream when there was a wasp in my mouth. As I spat it out, my dad tried to shush me, but as he did, Joel Garner on the boundary edge said, "You're all right, man." That's how he's put it. "You're all right, man." My dad suddenly changed from embarrassment because of my screams to glowing pride that such a legend was concerned to me. There's a delivery that Hutton, I think, thought had bowled Gorvin, but an inside edge, just missing the stumps, and they take a single. Fortunately, I was only shocked and didn't get stung, says Mark. Yeah, great memories. Good man, Joel Garner. Former Somerset and West Indies great, of course, now an administrator with Barbados and West Indies cricket, indeed. 249 for 8. Crane on 25. Hutton bowls, and he's gone hard at that, gets nothing on it. Mason Crane as it goes through to the keeper. Don't know if he's got new stickers on his bat, but every now and again the sun glints off them. Looks very bright when it does so. 249 for 8. Second new ball into its third over. Hutton bowls. And Crane again plays it to point, no run. This morning Carlson out for 19, Tribe out for 85. They played so well yesterday together, but went in consecutive overs. That was inside the first 3 overs of the day, and in the 5th over of the day, Colin Ingram, who hit a couple of boundaries in making 9, was well caught by Verena off the bowling of Hutton, who bowls now, driven again into the offside, fielded by Hamid. Sean Dixon and Chris Cook hung around for more than an hour, and then they followed each other back, both dismissed by Lyndon James, brought into this match today as a sub for Fergus O'Neill. Cook was LBW, and Dixon was caught down at long leg by Brett Hutton, couldn't resist taking on the short ball. That was 192 for 7, and in this session 224 for 8 when Tim van der Hoekten was given out LBW to Liam Patterson-White. Here comes Dylan Pennington. Gorvin on 3. It's nothing to do with this one. Pennington getting quite a lot of movement, actually. Went a long way away from the right-hander, and Verena had to dive across in front of the slips. Just Ryan Hadley to come. Notts weren't able to dismiss Hadley in the first innings. The Aussie finishing 8 not out. That's Pennington, past umpire Illingworth. Bowls, good delivery. Again, Gorvin just reaching forward as if to try and push at it, but was beaten by the pace and the ball nipping away. There is that radio update. And Notts need 2 more wickets to win this match. Glamorgan 249 for 8. Really good start to this. The final day this morning. 3 wickets inside the first 5 overs. 1 for Dylan Pennington, 2 for Brett Hutton. We've had 1 wicket go down since lunch. Liam Patterson-White removing Tim van der Hoogten. Notts need 2 more wickets. Glamorgan 249 for 8. So that's the latest update for local radio listeners. Latest delivery again went through to Verena. So 40 minutes before the tea interval. That'll be the next target for this pair. Although probably not daring to look any further than the next delivery. Just try and negotiate that and play each ball as it comes, as Pennington off his long run bowls. Again, I think that's about the 4th ball in a row in this over. Beats Galvin on the outside, just failing to take the nick. 2 sides to it, of course. Galvin will be really pleased that he's managing to hang out there and frustrate Notts for as long as he can. Just managing just to keep the bat inside the line, maybe. Encouragements for Dill, obviously, as he's known. Dylan Pennington in again, past umpire Illingworth, bowls. This one well wide. I say well, everything's comparative. A couple of stumps wide of the off stump. Didn't really have to do much to leave that one alone. 249 for 8, Glamorgan. The absence of the wind today has been a major factor in just making it an all-round more pleasant feel to the ground. It's been another result in Division 2. I'll tell you in a moment. Pennington about to bowl the final ball of this over. It's in now to Andy Galvin, and he's skewed this off the outside edge, fielded at backward point, and there's no run. So maiden to Pennington. Galvin survives 249 for 8 at Old Trafford. It got fairly tense and tight, but Lancashire have won it in the end by 29 runs, beating Derbyshire, and they'll be very disappointed because they were bowled out for 108 in the second innings, bowled out inside 35 overs there. Lancashire getting the job done to defeat Derbyshire in Division 2. Obviously one of the favourites to go up from Division 2, Lancashire, but so too Derbyshire, and for large chunks of that game they must have thought they were going to be in with a very good chance, but they've had a very, very poor day today. Bowled out Derbyshire for 108. Lancashire the winners.
Brett Hutton to resume here from the Ratcliffe Road end. Mason Crane on 25 faces him and squirts that through past the slip cordon for 4 runs. Crane goes up to 29. The Glamorgan total to 253 for 8.
Sticking round, aren't they, this
Just
bit?
another 45.5 overs to go. So if we can just get the tea, that'll be another little milestone. Probably not enough, but we shall see. Hutton bowls. Crane punches down to mid-on. No run.
Simon Trafford, after that Brett Hutton and his boot talk, says that he thinks there's probably a gap in the market for a 70% boot colour gauge. Yes, indeed. Don't know what Notts can do differently. They just rely on just keep putting the ball in good areas and hoping they can get a nick.
Hutton bowls. Crane defends. No run. Great story here from Mark Jenkins on Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk. Back in the late 70s, he said.
Is it about the Joel Garner one?
Oh yes.
I've just read it. Yes.
All right. Apologies.
No. It's had.
I've been out talking to the nation.
You have. I didn't realise it was sent to us both. Thank you, Mark. And I'd just read it.
We've been no good out in the middle of it. Lack of communication. Hutton bowls. Crane Turns that away on the onside, no run.
Didn't know it had come to us both, but yeah, great
He's taking
memories.
no chances, Mark. Well, it's been a lovely few days, interrupted by rain. And I've got to say, my overall impression, notwithstanding what still might happen today, is that Nottinghamshire look a really decent outfit, as befits champions. As Hutton bowls to Crane. Crane punches up to mid-on again. Last night I was driving through Nottingham and there were about 7 or 8 police cars, all with their lights flashing, and a fire engine, not sure where it was, but there were plenty of police cars in attendance, and I was nothing to do with it, honestly. Hutton runs away from us, bowls, straight drive by Crane. Hutton plucks it out of the air with his left hand. No run, 253 for 8.
Yeah, Mark the Mod has been in touch on the email, bracecricket@icloud.com. Even I've got to still keep looking. He's dipped in and out today and says, hello Dave, Mark the Mod here again. Any more news on the Brace Girdle retirement penthouse across the road? Well, it's had a mention or two, mate. Any completion date for the pavilion yet? Mentioned it a day or two ago. They're hoping to have the ground floor and the first floor, which I think I'm led to believe basically contains the changing rooms, the dressing rooms, the rooms for the match officials, etc., ready for the test match at the end of June, and the remainder, floors 2, 3, 4 and 5 or whatever it is, will take a little longer. There's Pennington from that end, the pavilion end, or the Stuart Broad end, in now bowls and beats Galvin again on the outside. He also says that Glamorgan are making his suffer here. And on another note, Mrs. Mod was very happy with Kent. The fact it's raining, but we were aware that Ben Compton is stuck on 99 not out. I don't think they've got on at Canterbury today due to the rain. 231 for 5. They are a long way behind Northampton. Yeah, Ben Compton's been sat on 99 not out for a long time, waiting to get back out there, or not, as the case may be. It's Pennington bowls again to Galvin, and he's...
That was uppish.
Yeah, he's chipped this. Had there been a backward short leg, it would have, or a leg gully, it would have brought him into play, but there isn't. Another single, 254 for 8.
Ironically, with the old ball, there were plenty in that area, weren't there?
Yeah.
But the new ball, you don't expect it quite to balloon off the bat like that happened with Crane. He's moved to 29 now in 74 deliveries. Useful resistance.
Very much so. Not, as you said this morning, or I said this morning, we need to be patient and hang around. Just executing all their skills as best they can, and doing that is Lyndon James. he's dived full length there, made a really good stop at mid-wicket, and he's got grass stains on Ollie Stone's jumper. Out there is the replacement for Fergus O'Neill, wearing Ollie Stone's kit.
Well, Mason Crane did get 41 against Yorkshire, so he's not a rabbit when it comes to batting.
No.
Waits now for Pennington, and that flies past over his shoulder. No run, 254 for 8. Ben Duckett rubs the ball.
By this stage of the day, I honestly thought, Glamorgan might be, I don't know, perhaps 4 or 5 down, and not sort of had to work really hard for the wickets as they have done, but could really expect to go deep into the final hour if they were going to win this. Now it's almost more frustrating because of where they were.
Pennington balls. Crane almost tried to fend that away, got under it, went straight through to Verena. Yeah, I think we're talking about a couple more hours before it becomes a nail biter, Dave.
Oh, yeah. But I think what was the last wicket? Van der Hoek bringing Andy Gorv into the crease, whatever time that was.
Well, this pair have been good for 30 runs so far, haven't they?
Yeah.
Pennington in. Crane plays that straight. No run. Another over seen off. 44 to go. How many games is Ben Duckett expected to play this season, Dave? If he gets the England call, as most think he will.
Well, there are still, I think, 4 more matches before the Test series. And I don't think anything's set in stone, because if somebody spends a day and a half at the crease and gets a double 100, you've effectively served the purpose. Whereas if you get a run of low scores, you perhaps want another game. But out of the next 4 matches, if he plays in 2 of them, I think that'd be. New over started. Hutton bowling to Gorvin. Just guided it down off the outside edge to third, and they'll come back for 3. I would expect, without any knowledge, I don't think anybody's got any knowledge yet, but I would expect him to play 2 of the next 4. But like I say, there'll be discussions on a regular basis with both him and Josh Tong as to the workload through a respective game. Like I said, he's not really had time in the middle in this match.
Is Peter Moores, the head coach here, one of the eyes and ears of Rob Key, who talking on Radio 5 a few weeks ago about Richard Dawson is one of them, the Glamorgan head coach?
Here's Moores. Beg your pardon, here's Hutton, bowls again. This is going to be a leg bite. I don't think he's one of those listed as an official scout, but I'm sure they talk regularly. 257 for 8. Probably Peter saying, can we have Josh Tong for another game? Can we have Ben Duckett for another game? But I don't think he's one of the official scouting network.
No. You might think they could have their own scouts, but there we are.
But he's certainly a good man to ask his opinion. Good delivery from Hutton, well taken again, standing up by Verena. Doesn't miss a lot, Peter Moores. 258 for 8. Lyndon James is beginning his pre-bowl routine as well.
Here we go again. Get ready for the sub-emails.
Yes, there might well be a bit of Lyndon James and Josh Tong before too long. This is the 7th over of the second new ball. Hutton with 2 wickets to his name in this innings. 2 for 57. Bowls now, and once again Gorvin gets everything behind it to defend up to a Mead at mid-off. And there's no run. Mid-on, I beg your pardon. And there's no run. Picks the ball up and runs to mid-off to have a little word with Pennington. In these scenarios, you just feel if we keep on putting it in good areas, eventually, almost inevitably,
2 good balls or 2 bad balls might even do it.
One will go our way, and it's come out of Verena's gloves. I don't know if there was a nick or if he was trying to gather it and try and whip off a bail. But
the bail came off,
yeah.
But certainly slipped out of the gloves. Such a rarity that it becomes a thing. Didn't hear a... difficult for us, we do have the window open, I didn't hear a click.
It's a good ball again from Hutton. Last delivery of his 22nd over, bowled now, and another edge and down to third man again, and more runs. Duckett's after it. Once more, it should probably be 3 runs. Won't go for 4. The ball is pulled up. Ben Duckett's got there, just in front of the Hound Road lower, and they do come back for 3. So frustrating over for Brett Hutton. Glamorgan continue on their way. 261 for 8.
Good sprint that by Ben Duckett.
Yep, Gorvin's into double figures on 10, Crane 29. They've added 37 for this 9th wicket, and this is the sort of resistance that Glamorgan supporters were hoping from pretty much every partnership today. Got off to a dreadful start for the visitors, but there's still life. There's still hope. Is it going to be Lyndon James? No, it's not. It's going to be Dylan Pennington. Going to continue from that far end.
He's having a chat with his captain now, isn't he? Hasib Hamid.
Again with Pennington, you just feel he's putting 6 balls in really good areas that are just beating the outside edge. You know, you'd imagine sooner, well, at some point, let's say that rather than sooner rather than later, but at some point you'd imagine one will kiss the edge.
Pennington in now. Gorvin fended at that one, went straight past it. In some ways, some of his deliveries are just too good.
Yep.
Too good for tail-enders to touch. It's a strange paradox in cricket that this is what can happen. Pennington turns again. His footmark's clear now where he's chomped down the turf. No run that time. Whistles past Andy Gorvin, who's 10 not out from 57 deliveries. Crane has been there for 79 deliveries for his 29.
Tony T's been in touch. Always felt Ben Duckett's been a big miss for us in the T20 competition. Batting after the power play to deal with the opposition's spin made a huge difference in a lot of games for us. Of course, he hit the winning runs when Notts won it in 2020.
Pennington hears him from the far end. Again, that went past the edge of Andy Gorvin's bat. Pennington in his 21st over, 1 for 49. He's probably bowled better than that. Hutton, 22 overs, 2 for 60. And the Notts over rate now is that back to +1 now, I think?
Yeah.
At one stage, Glamorgan went to -3, but they ended their bowling stint on +4. As Pennington, full of gusto, comes in again. Gorvin clips that down to mid-on. No run. Run's not really the commodity that Glamorgan are dealing in now. It's all about time at the crease. It's all about, if they can, to somehow see out another 42.2 overs.
Well, the first thing is 18 minutes or so until the tea interval. Although the clock's showing 3:20, my watch is showing 3:22, but somewhere
Be keen
about
for
that.
tea. Pennington bowls. Gorvin gets right behind that. Up to mid-off, no run.
Yes. I said last time we talked about targets and whatever. Just, you know, you can't really afford to take your eye off the next ball, can you? It's all got to be about, let's just keep the next one out, keep the next one out, and stick here. And for Notts, well bowled Dylan, put it there again and again and again.
Which he will endeavour to do now. The last ball of his 21st over. Gorvin just touched that through third man, and that's going for 4 runs. They've had a few of those. As we say, that's the double-edged sword of the new ball. Get a touch and it can fly to a fielder, but it also sometimes gives good value on your shots. And Glamorgan moved to 265 for 8. Mason Crane 29 not out. Andy Gorvin 14.
I was looking at a Mead then, didn't see him either look or engage in conversation with Josh Tong or indeed Lyndon James. He's just come down here just to have a word with Brett Hutton about the next over. See if the bowler's got any ideas, or whether Hamid himself has got one or two that he wants to put to the bowler to see if he can bring about this 9th wicket. Just talking about short leg. Ben Slater in there. Got 4 slips. Might just try and cut the gap off down towards third man. Crane's on strike. Hutton bowls, and Mason Crane once more happy just to defend and push it back to the bowler. Lyndon James it is who's gone in at 4th slip. Jack Ames at 3rd. Duckett at 2 and Patterson Wide at 1. Hutton in again to Crane. He'll push this square of the wicket. No fielders there, so he can take a single. Mason Crane up to 30. 266 for 8. Been a very decent performance this from Mason Crane, and that's Glamorgan's 2nd top score in the match, by the way. Ace of Tribes 85. Nobody in the first innings reached 30, so Crane has done a very good job there. Now we've got another slip in. We've got a 5th slip in.
Oh, you don't see that too often.
There's Hutton bowling to Galvin, who defends. He knows if he edges it and it's in the air, then it's curtains, because there's 6 of them, including the keeper, in the grabbers. But that's... I just wonder if
There's nobody square though, is there?
Just had to stand up and just check around the ground. So there's 5 slips. Dylan Pennington's at mid-off. That's the offside. So square of the wicket, he can get runs. There's this little bit of bounce over the shoulder of the bat through to Verena. They're obviously trying to get him to drive square of the wicket, or drive towards the covers, and maybe bring the slips into play that way. Whether that was the bowler's idea or I think it was the captain's, actually, because Hamid, at the end of last over, wanted to get up to Brett Hutton and have a bit of a chat. Hutton in his 23rd over. Comes in again and bowls. Galvin out for naught in the first innings. Happy to wave that one through to the keeper. 266 for 8. Must be pushing it through a little quicker with this new ball, because we saw Verena standing up to Brett Hutton earlier. But it's a respectful distance back. Nottinghamshire's leading wicket taker last season, and a couple of years before that, Brett Hutton. Bowls now, and Galvin will get one square of the wicket, just push gently for a single at the end of the over, and he'll keep strike, and he and Mason Crane stretch this partnership now to 43, and face more than 100 balls in this stand. Glamorgan 267 for 8. The win out of the question, but the draw is still very much what they're striving to achieve. There's going to be a bowling change at the pavilion, and it is going to be Lyndon James back.
Yes, decent resistance this from these two. We'll get obliging smiles from the coach and the rest of the players in the dressing room. These two doing what plenty before them couldn't do. Decent conditions for batting as well, you'd say. But Lyndon James looking for the breakthrough now. That goes. Galvin lifts his bat for that one, goes through. No run. 267 for 8.
It's only been the 1 wicket since lunch. That was taken at 200 for 7. Van der Hutton dismissed by Liam Patterson White's spin. Trapped LBW for 25.
Galvin taps the bat, now lifts it up as he's hoisted that around, and Hutton had no idea where that ball was, and before he knew, it was past him to the boundary, hooked away. Because he did catch, was it Van der Hookten down there, wasn't it?
Dixon.
Dixon, sorry, Sean Dixon hooking. But on that occasion, he had his arms out wide, not knowing where the ball was.
Yeah, clearly didn't pick it up.
No. 271 for 8.
Didn't matter, it wasn't a catch, but...
No. Colvin goes to 19. And that one definitely nibbled at that. And Verena made a really good stop, dive into his right. Gets a congratulatory handshake from Liam Patterson-White then at first slip.
It's good adjustment from him, wasn't it? Had to throw
Really
himself
good.
A long way to his right, having initially felt the ball was going to swing away in the other direction.
James in. Colvin just puts his bat on this one. Turns it down to backward point. No run. Glamorgan eking their way to tea, maybe. Maybe they want a meal before they go home.
Well, still 40 overs left in the day. That's a lot of overs to try and negotiate with just 2 wickets standing.
James bowls. That one goes over the top of the stumps, well above the stumps. No run. 271 for 8. Andy Govin remains on 19. Plenty here enjoying the sunshine today. It is still chilly out there, but the workers have stopped. They've done their day. They've all disappeared. No work at all on the board. Do they
I don't know if it's
finish
tea break.
at 3 o'clock there?
Well,
8 till 3, is it? Oh no, actually, no, there's a bit of movement. They're still there. Maybe
tea break time.
they are on their tea break, yeah. Lyndon James in. Govin shoulders arms to that. Watches it fly close to the stumps, but far enough away not to dislodge the bails. No run. 271 for 8. And Glamorgan have exactly 40 overs to survive.
It's 240 deliveries. It's not many when you say it quickly. Umpires again getting together for a bit of a chin wag. Going to be Brett Hutton once more. What they're going to implement this time. How many slips this time do you want, Brett? We'll find out when Jack Haynes runs down the other side.
I think it's
Down
going to
to
be
the other
5
end.
again.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Joe Clark going in as the 5th slip. He's always a member of the slip cordon, but bit of finger damage. He's not been in there for a couple of years, but he's in at 5th slip. There's Hutton bowling. Mason Crane behind it, plays it up to mid-on. I think that one was just about arrow straight. It didn't deviate at all, as he would have wished. Hutton this morning getting a big wicket of Asa Tribe, who chopped on, and then Ingram caught by Verena. Looking to drive Ingram outside the off stump. Good delivery, low down, good take again by Verena.
I mean, they are always interested, those slips, aren't they? The ball has gone past the outside edge enough to justify the 5 slips.
The only one with a catch in this innings amongst that group is Liam Patterson-White. The wicket of Eddie Byron, but it wasn't a conventional slip catch. It just ballooned up in the air. Josh Tong bowling a quick one. Hutton with a bouncer. You heard the grunt there.
Put a bit into that, didn't
yeah.
he? Not much off the pitch there, though.
A bit like the tennis players grunting at Wimbledon.
Gets on your nerves, that, doesn't it?
271 for 8. Seem to try and out-grunt each other, don't they?
So we're talking 2, maybe 3 more overs before tea. Depending if there's a casualty.
Hutton bowls. again, steered away comfortably by Mason Crane for another run. Takes him to 31. Because if a wicket does go down, then we'll play on at 9 down. We won't have tea. We'll have a chance of another half an hour, which pretty much frustrates everybody. I think whichever of this pair were then left out there with Ryan Hadley, they'd feel a little bit cheated. They've worked really hard for their cup of tea. Houghton to bowl to Gorvin, who's on 19, and his technique is absolutely being tested, but he's risen to every challenge here in this match with the bat. Andy Gorvin, 272 for 8, Glamorgan. Final ball of the 91st over of the innings. Glamorgan do go on to lose this. They'll look at one or two little passages of play where it's got away from them. Houghton bowls now, and well, there's going to be leg byes here, probably 4 of them. It's run all the way down towards the rope in front of the batman board, right down there in the distance, and it is 4 leg byes indeed. 276 for 8, and that's the 50 partnership for the 9th wicket between Andy Gorvin and Mason Crane. Crane 31, Gorvin 19, but with those leg byes they have now put 52 on from 114 balls, and that's a great effort by this pair. It really is.
Yeah, they both batted really well. Bit of encouragement, whatever happens in this game. And at the moment it's Crane waiting for Pennington from the Stuart Broad end. Pennington in now. Crane watches that go by leg side. He's been a bit over the place in the...
It's Lyndon James.
Lyndon James,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
We know what he can do when he gets one in the slot, but that was down leg side.
I wonder if Patterson White's going to have the last over of the session. He's just turning his arm over at slip. James
Bounces in from the far end. Crane parries that to Hamid at mid-off. No run. The shadows of the players from the sunshine. It's a really pleasant day when you've got a top coat on. There's a brave gentleman there in shorts. Been in shorts all day. All the best. James in. Crane parries that away through the covers for 1. Goes up to 32. 277 for 8. There's a couple in the shorts, isn't there?
Well, there's actually a gentleman without his shirt on.
Oh right, yeah.
Right in the middle of the Fox Road stand, so it's a bit of a sun trap there.
Yeah, obviously. Don't see too many shorts opposite. James in. Gorvin waits, tucks that past silly mid on. A short square leg, actually, more of, and jogs through for 1, 278 for 8. 2 balls left in this James over. Crane waits. James in again. That's a bouncer, goes over his head. Straight to Verena. And I would say this, wouldn't I? But I want my cuppa at tea time, so let's hope no wicket goes down now. did have visions of being on the road by now, but happy to stay here for this. Good resistance. Crane again forces it through the offside. Just the one run, and Glamorgan survive another over. 279 for 8. Crane on 33 now, and Andy Gorvin on 20. Good effort by these two. Without too many scares, Dave, you've got to say. One or two. But again, I don't think the pitch is really misbehaving, is it? No more than you would expect from a fourth-day pitch.
No, it was really important that Notts got, in particular, Carlson, Tribe and Ingram when they did this morning. I can only imagine if, that they stuck around and got to this sort of scenario, as you say, on this wicket that's not really been particularly troublesome for these lower order batters. If you'd got Ingram and either one of the other two having set route right now, is Patterson White bowling last over before tea, unless a wicket goes. Mason Crane pushes it into the offside. But we are where we are. Glamorgan are where they are. They still have a little bit of hope. Notts have got to find a way to winkle them out. Patterson White is the one entrusted with the last over before tea. This one spins away from the right-handed Mason Crane, goes through to Carl Verena. It'll be 20 minutes where players will get off the field, get a brew, maybe a quick bite of something or a protein shake or whatever, as next ball's played down into the offside, fielded or stopped by Slater. But then a quick word from the coaching staff about where and what they can do differently, or try and target any potential weaknesses. Then there'll be the huddle with the captain about attitude and discipline and starting right, I'm sure, as they return to the field, and then a full session to try and get these last two wickets. This one's pushed into the offside. There was a run there, and now they go and take it. Mason Crane goes to 34.
Thought hard about that one, didn't they, taking that run? You have to think as well, Pennington has bowled 21 overs now, Brett Hutton 24, Josh Tongue 16, Lyndon James the 10. This is Patterson White's 11th.
Bowls now. Oh, he's chopped on! And there is the wicket. And Andy Gorvin has been particularly unlucky. It's the second wicket today where somebody has faced a ball outside the off stump, and a thick inside edge has come back and knocked a bail off, and Gorvin has to go, bowled by Liam Patterson-White for 20. And now we will go on, because tea won't be taken with them 9 down, 280 for 9. Andy Gorvin bowled Patterson-White for 20 after 80 minutes at the crease, faced 75 balls and hit 2 fours. Mason Crane goes and congratulates his partner, gives him a pat on the back, and really consoles him. And with the first innings, 25 balls that he faced and 75 in the second, Andy Gorvin has faced 100 balls in this match. And he's one that you feel for him, don't you? He's been a little unlucky there, but he's batted beautifully, done a really good job for his side. Oh, and it was quite some way away from the stumps, and it was turning away. And then Liam Patterson-White gets the joy and the fortune of an inside edge back onto the sticks.
He looked absolutely devastated with that, didn't he? Took a long time to drag himself away from the crease. And Nottinghamshire have their way. And Ryan Hadley jogs to the middle. What a job facing these pair. Mason Crane still there. He's actually drying his helmet, I think, with the towel which has been brought on. But little and large there now, Mason Crane and Ryan Hadley. Spoke too soon, didn't I, about wanting my tea?
Well, you can certainly go and get one.
No, it's fine.
Here comes Hadley.
I've been here for 4 days. I never missed the last bit, the last rights. So Nottinghamshire, you would say, on the brink. How long do we say that? Well, we're about to find out.
It's a tough task now for the last pair to last for 37 overs. But Crane and Gorvin so very nearly got to tea. That would have been huge. Here's Liam Patterson-White then into Hadley. Pushes it through outside the off stump. Hadley watches it go by into the gloves of Verena, and LPW gets the wicket. It's got great figures. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 9. And well, they all count the same, don't they? But that one just feels like a big one, coming when it did, ending that resistance.
And now the sound effects will be full volume. Every ball there'll be an ooh and an ah. As the number 11 joins the pretty well established Mason Crane. He's been there 94 deliveries for his 34.
I guess he's got a question or two to sort of weigh up in his mind, how well he knows Ryan Hadley and his batting capabilities. We're going to find out.
We are, as James comes in from the far end. Well, Crane has touched it down to fine leg, so he clearly believes that Ryan Hadley knows how to hold that bat. 281 for 9.
Yeah, I just wondered if we might have a little bit of nonsense there with not sort of pushing everybody back, inviting Mason Crane to have a single. But I'm pleased to say they didn't.
I was watching a test match once in South Africa against Pakistan on TV, and Inzamam ul Haq, the great Inzi, was brilliant at marshalling the tail end.
Yeah.
So Ryan Hadley faces James, gets right behind that. An exaggerated movement in the crease. Sort of shakes his right hand then, so maybe it caught a bit of his hand as well.
Lyndon James bowling, if you weren't aware, he's been brought into the game today as a replacement substitute for Fergus O'Neill, who's picked up some sort of ailment.
James in, Hadley faces bat high. That went under the bat, he moved it away. Lyndon James put a lot into that. Actually favouring his right ankle there. I don't know whether he was a slight twist as he pulled up. Replacement for the replacement we could have. No, let's not go there. $281 for 9. Hadley faces James in. Ducks out of the way of a bouncer. Straight through to Verena. Said that plenty of times today. Hadley goes for a walk.
They're at tea at the Oval. Surrey are 227 for 4. They lead Leicestershire by 56. I think we know where we're going with that one, but that would be a great result really for Leicestershire. Getting a draw at Surrey. 2 other results in.
James in, Hadley straight back that one.
Took me by surprise then. 2 other results in Division 1. Sussex have beaten Warwickshire by 5 wickets. Hampshire have defeated Yorkshire by 214 runs. Lancashire have defeated Derbyshire by 29 runs in Division 2. I don't think we've had any play since the very start of the final day at Canterbury between Kent and Northants. So Northants still frustratingly waiting for 5 wickets. And that's your lot of what's left.
Lyndon James into Hadley. Pushes it past the short square leg fielder. No run though. In fact, he sees the end of the over, so it's 281 for 9. And we'll go on for a while yet before tea, unless the last wicket falls, of course. And it will be Liam Patterson-White continuing.
Yes, we're sort of into time added on. He should have been at 20-4. Can go on now until 4:10.
That may be optimistic.
So it's going to be Patterson White. Again, plenty round the bat for Mason Crane. Reaches forward and he's done very little wrong. He's, in fact, the very opposite of that. He's played absolutely beautifully, Mason Crane. Hardly a semblance of a false shot in his innings. Faced 95 balls, Patterson White bowls to him, spinner to spinner. Mason Crane, again, happy to defend. 281 for 9. Not seen any of Josh Tong with the second new ball. Saw him just briefly after lunch. Again, he's been used in very short bursts in this game by Asiba Mead. There's Patterson White once more running between the umpire and the stumps. This is dropped just to the left of Jack Haynes at short leg.
He was interested there, wasn't he, Haynes? Stretch a left arm for that. Not too far away from it.
Notts need one more wicket. A bye week next week, and then they're at home again to Warwickshire, and then the week after that they're away at Leicester. 281 for 9. Again, turned away. In fact, it's tickled much finer than I first thought. Josh Tong's after it, won't stop that. Just gone to the short side and into the boards for 4 by Mason Crane. And he's now up to 39. 285 for 9. And he's about to face his 100th delivery in this innings, Mason Crane. Two balls left in the over. Patterson White bowls and he defends. Mead is, well, just before that ball, he just tinkered with the field a little bit. He's just pushing them out onto the 1 now. So I'm going to try and keep Mason Crane there. Patterson White to bowl to Mason Crane, and he's cut this into the offside and won't get a run. It's a good stop there by Joe Clark. So Ryan Hadley will be on strike, and you can see what's happening there in both Ameed and Crane's mind. Ameed was desperate to keep Hadley on strike, and Crane was looking for the single but couldn't get it. 285 for 9. It's going to be Josh Tong, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be Tong from the far end, looking to polish off the tail.
Ollie Sargent, thanks for the commentary, guys, over the 4 days. Kept me going whilst painting the newly renovated Fryston L&L Cricket Club Pavilion. Great to have you back on air after a long winter. You're very welcome, Ollie. Thanks for your contributions. The Sheffield Outlaw enjoyed the coverage this weekend. Much warmer at home than it is at the ground. Should be a win for Notts, assuming Surrey draw. That feels like a significant result in our defence. Thank you, Sheffield Outlaw. Thank you, Ollie Sargent, and everybody else who's taken the trouble to get in touch. If we forget to say it before we go off air, I've really appreciated all your correspondence over the weekend, and I know Rob has as well. Yeah,
it's been absolutely brilliant. I love the interaction. I love the fact that we seem to be a big part of your daily lives, which is terrific for us. Makes it all worthwhile, because we've got a job that everybody would love. So Josh Tong into Ryan Hadley. He played at that, went straight past his bat though, into the hands of Morena behind the stumps. Yeah, I really do appreciate it, whether it's on email or on social media.
Or if you've popped in to see us with goodies, which we have had on
big thanks
a couple
to Ben
of occasions.
Again. He did
Yes.
tweet earlier that he's listening from work from Ashby de la Zouche, he is, and
yes, and to Rach for her delivery. Fabulous, thank you.
Hadley straight back to this, up to mid-off. Some of the Welsh cakes will be going home, but they'll be devoured in the mother country. I may even have a few on the way back. Whenever that may be. 34.4 overs to go. Ryan Hadley wearing the number 34. As he faces up to Josh Tong from the Stuart Broad end. Tong balls now. Hadley lifted his bat from that one. No run.
It wouldn't mean that much to Mason Crane were he to get a 50s. He's had enough of them in his career, and I know he's all about saving the game here, but it'd be nice in a way for Crane to get a little bit of reward for his efforts today if he was able to go on and get a half century at least.
3 slips for Tong. Backward point. Tong comes in. Hadley lifts his bat. Oh, that one hits the pads of Verena.
Yeah, pitched well in front of him as well.
Yeah, Carl Verena. And all the Notts players now surely anxious to get this done with now. They could do without this. Sun has gone in for a while, so maybe that will help their cause. Tong balls now. Hadley leaves alone.
The thing with watching Tong more than any other bowler I can remember for a long time is you sort of expecting any delivery to be a real brute or do something completely out of the normal. Whether he's shattering stumps or the most ferocious head-eye bouncer or knocking over the batters, sometimes knocking them completely off their feet with the Yorker.
Hadley has survived 11 balls for his naught, and it's a 12th ball for his naught as he pushes that to the onside. No run. Tong takes his sweater. 285 for 9 Glamorgan, with Mason Crane leading the resistance on 39 runs from 101 deliveries.
And you've got a sharp contrast now. The spin of Patterson White from one end, the howitzers being bowled by Josh Tong at the other. Got to make your mind up out there as a batting duo. What are you going to do? Who's going to face who? Or we're just going to play normally and take whatever singles are there? Or
that looks here at the moment, doesn't it? From the judging by Crane taking a single off his first delivery.
Crane on strike on 39, blocks this from Patterson White into the offside, no run.
I mean, for his first delivery, when Hadley arrived, he had no fears about sending the Australian into strike.
2 slips, a short legger. Very silly point, silly extra cover sort of thing. This is pushed back to the bowler. He's going to go over the wicket now, Patterson White. Got 2 wickets today. That's actually taken him to 150 in first-class cricket. Bowls now, and this has eased back to him. And actually, Josh Tong has got to 250 in first-class cricket.
Field is moving in.
Patterson White in, 4th ball of this over, cut away by Mason Crane, no run. Now will Hamid he will, just like he did in the last over, just ease the close to the wicket catchers out onto the one to try and keep Mason Crane at that end and make sure that Josh Tong can bowl at Ryan Hadley. Ben Slater with helmet on and pads on is in the covers. There's an LBW shout, and that is that, and Nottinghamshire have won with Liam Patterson White getting the match clinching wicket. Mason Crane goes for a heroic 39 runs, but Nottinghamshire have defeated Glamorgan here just before 4 o'clock on the 4th afternoon. They've been made to wait for this victory, but it's eventually come courtesy of the slow left arm spin of Liam Patterson White, who finishes with 3 for 13. Glamorgan have been dismissed for 285, and by my reckoning that's a win for Nottinghamshire by 192 runs. And the final wicket, just seen it again, and Mason Crane, I'm afraid you were right in front there, and the umpire did his duty, raised the finger, and Nottinghamshire get the win, leaving Ryan Hadley not out. Notts take 20 points from this one, Glamorgan only 3. They've had their moments in this match, Glamorgan, but ultimately they just ran out of time and ran out of wickets.
They felt the full force of the champions, didn't they, when it mattered. Plenty of lessons to be learned from Glamorgan. One of them is, though, that I think Nottinghamshire look really hot to handle and worthy of champions, their display, especially today and especially this morning when they removed Carlson and Tribe in quick time, and then Colin Ingram too. So Glamorgan, as I said, will have plenty of lessons to learn, but it's not to be for them. They've been beaten by 192 runs.
Generous applause for everybody as they leave the field. The two batters first. Feel for Mason Crane there. He's really given his all this afternoon. Faced 106 balls for that 39. He goes. Lots of handshakes down there. Kieran Carlson at the foot of the steps shaking hands with his players, and then Asiba Mead and the Nottinghamshire players. Good camaraderie between these two sides. Just I said it on the first morning. Notts and Glamorgan over the years and generally just don't play each other enough, because always enjoy spending time with Rob Phillips, as we have done this week, Nick Webb, Eddie Bevan, and all our good friends who follow Glamorgan cricket and have close links to them, and that extends to all the supporters as well who've come this week or followed the game from afar and taken the trouble to get in touch. I stick by it. Glamorgan won't go down this season, but Nottinghamshire have certainly set their stall out to have another successful campaign. They look good, they look strong, made to work hard for this victory. A number of people wondering why they didn't enforce the follow-on and perhaps get it wrapped up earlier. I tend to have a lot of faith in the decisions made by those in charge, and so it's proved. Nottinghamshire getting over the line. It's a big win, 192 runs, but really made to work hard for it today. And Nottinghamshire will sit up there ahead of their bye week, certainly in the top 3 of the table, and a warning sent out there for some of the other sides that they'll face in forthcoming matches, that they're still quite a formidable side. Many congratulations to Nottinghamshire. Huge kudos to Glamorgan, and as I say, everybody that's associated with them. I hope you have a good season. And that's just about it from the team here. I will, as always, have the last word by saying thanks to our fabulous camera crew, Lewis, Lee, Jack, James, Spence, Barney, everybody else that's worked this weekend, and of course our fabulous production office, Kirsty and Aaron in there. Absolutely outstanding work this weekend as always, but most of all we do it for you, the listeners, the viewers to the live stream. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage from the entire team here at Trent Bridge. A very good afternoon as we leave you with the news that Nottinghamshire have defeated Glamorgan by 192 runs.